City Council meeting will now be called to order. Let's try that again. Former City Council Committee on Finance is now called to order. Madam Clerk.
Councilors Kadim?
Here.
Joseph Kamara?
Here.
Stephen Kamara?
Here.
Kilby?
Here.
Lullaby LeBeau?
Here.
Long?
Here.
Pelletier?
Here.
Viveras?
Here.
President Punt.
Here, pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived by those present, and are deemed acknowledged and permissible. Nobody has signed up for citizens' input tonight, so we're going to roll right into our continuation of the discussion of the FY2020 municipal budget. We're going to try to get our department heads out of here early because they worked so tremendously hard today in City Hall, and we want to get them out and with their families. We're going to go to community maintenance first, and there is a individual in that department who needs to leave early. So does anybody have any questions for engineering, so we can get our city engineer out? Let me get to that right now. Madam City Administrator, Mrs. Sahadi, if you can join us at the table, please. I'll get to that right now. Just give me one moment. I get it. What page is it on here?
205.
What is it?
205.
205, page 205.
The right page?
Yep, begins on page 205.
208 and 209
And 208 and
have
209
the
have the
expenses and the
financials.
payroll.
Anybody have any questions for, if the engineer could come down and give us a brief overview, please, of your budget and your department for the council?
Good evening. So, not a significant amount of change from previous years. Maintaining a small increase on the salary line item, right down through. Consulting, we utilized all of our consulting budget for fiscal year 19, and we're looking for the same amount for 2020. Going through plan recording and registry fees, we'd like to maintain that amount right through. We don't know when we'll need more. This year we only used $400 for that. Educational supplies, I think this might be outdated because we did have an amount that went in after the fact. So I think we came close to using. Right, so that's only through March 31. So we did end up utilizing the educational line item as well. Are there any questions?
Councilor in seat 7, Councilor Pelletier.
Thank you. All the money for sweepskates, is that all spent?
No.
What do you got left?
It's not necessarily part of the engineering division budget. However, at the moment, we are plus or minus about 50,000 to 100,000 on East Main Street.
Plus,
We may have remaining up to about 50,000 on East Main Street. And we are in negotiations to close out the Purchase and Bank Street contract.
how much money do you have in the next budget for East Main Street?
We won't, there isn't any additional money in the budget for East Main Street. It's only what was bonded.
Who's gonna take care of the mess that is there now? With 13 cuts in the street, no permits being pulled, there's another big thing they're gonna do, I think. And, you know, it's gonna be fixed, somebody should be responsible for that thing. If it's a new street, it come in as a new street, you got 13 cuts, so I'm figuring you got money next year to straighten the mess out. Who's gonna straighten that mess out? Who's responsible? You,
Those
Bisco?
those were not cuts into the street. Those
No.
were surface repairs to the top layer of pavement.
It's,
Sure, Councilman C3?
Just a point of order. I understand the concerns, and I certainly don't want to stifle discussion about that. I think we tabled that issue in Finance Committee, as I recall. So we're going to be discussing that further, I'm sure, in Finance Committee. But in order for us to get through everything we need to get through, this is about this budget right here, right now. And that other item that the councilor is raising is in Finance Committee meeting for further discussion.
It is, and while I respect your position, there is a financial component to the FY 2020 municipal budget with respect to these streetscapes projects, whether it's bonding or a financial obligation. I think the question's a fair question to ask, and if the engineer can't answer the question now and he wants to hold off to get more information, I'll respect that, but I'll allow the question because I think it's a valid question going to this municipal budget.
Bob,
Council Pelletier?
thank you. I just want to know if you had more money to finish the project. Definitely gonna have you guys come in front of us. Not tonight, you want to keep it down, all well and good. There's a problem there, I think it's a big problem, and I don't know if the company was bonded, not bonded. You can say it's a scratch in the street, or however you want. There's still 13 openings, I don't care how you put it, and I'll leave it that way tonight. You can think about it, and you let us know who's gonna come in for this meeting, who's responsible, who's gonna finish the street the way it should be. Brand-new street, the way it should be, not with 13 cuts, call it what you want. So we'll save that for later. I yield.
Thank you, Councilor. Anything further for our engineer? Councilman C1, Councilor Kadim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick question. I know when the administration was coming down before the ordinance committee to make an amendment to the GIS specialists, there was a question originally about the junior civil engineer, if that was going to stay in that department or potentially go somewhere else. So was that not part of the discussion? I thought maybe it was going.
No, that was
Order.
not
So it was always, that position was always staying
correct.
with your department? Okay,
Yes.
that's fine. I yield.
Thank you. Mrs. Hart, if you can do a brief overview, if you're prepared to do so, on the financial impact that the streetscapes projects specifically would have on this municipal budget, the current ongoing ones.
Certainly, Councilor. As it relates to streetscapes, as Mr. Fry just pointed out, this council has an appropriation. We're up against the total spending on that appropriation, assumedly to the extent of about $50,000. At that particular point, it is assumed that that project will be complete based on the contracts that are in place. I think that Mr. Fry and the council would have to have a further discussion about these cuts that Councilor Pelletier just brought forward. As for the effect on the fiscal 20 budget, it is strictly the debt service as it relates to the current authorizations.
Fair enough. Any questions, additional questions for our engineer in the engineering department? Hearing none, thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. The question was asked last night with respect to the city assessor, auditor, and collector, I believe, that nobody had any questions for those specific departments. Has that changed? Does anybody have any questions under financial services, which begins on page 143 in our budget book? We're going to do the Director of Financial Services, Assessors, Auditor, Collector, Treasurer, and Debt Service. Councilor in C1, Councilor Kadim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, Ms. Adi, I know we talked about the salaries, that discrepancy between FY19 and FY20. Just in particular, the assessor has been mellow. There was, I think, a significant discrepancy there.
Mr. Mello's salary in the fiscal 19 budget was $85,000, and in the fiscal 20 budget, it's $85,000
sorry.
plus the 1.5%.
No, think the conversation we had on the phone was with the assessor 1 to assessor 2.
Oh, excuse
so-
me, I'm sorry,
I
yes.
just-
So
No, that's fine.
that particular position went from Assessor
Yep.
2 to Assessor 1 because they got certification.
Yeah, I had a note, but I never finished writing my note, and because we had the conversation, I yield.
Thank you very much. Again, questions with respect to Director of Financial Services, Assessors, Auditor, Collector, Treasurer, or Debt Service? Fair enough. Community maintenance,
Just quickly on debt services.
absolutely.
Debt service associate, oh, it is. Sorry, I missed that one. What are we looking for long-term?
Page
on
175 to the council, those watching at
Strategy on
home.
debt service. I know there was some,
We continue to try to hold to our policy of keeping our debt service principal and interest, both short-term and long-term, under the $10 million. That's exclusive of the Durfee project. So as you can see, this particular year, we're at 11.6, but 2.1 of that relates to the Durfee High School. At this particular point, although it's a debt exclusion, it's not included in the budget as a revenue source.
yeah, I know you had provided some charts for the benchmarking, and I thought it was pretty significant to see the debt ratio as it compares to our total operating budget.
I do,
And I know the $10 million is really just an internal
exactly.
limit a ceiling that we've put in. In my mind, it should be a floor, not really a ceiling, just because I think we should be leveraging some of our needs and our monies with the bonding, especially at the current rates that we get on the open market. So I know we've got a lot of capital needs, a lot of infrastructure needs, so I, for one, would like to start to see that kind of increase a little bit more, and I'd like the administration to come back down and tell us where the ceiling should be and where the floor should be. I think the floor should be $10 million, but from a sustainability standpoint, where you think
We
that
have to be
ceiling.
careful, correct.
Right, where that ceiling should be, especially with some of our debt retiring. I think our largest project right now is obviously going to be the Durfee High School, but we've got that debt exclusion out there, so that really kind of helps to minimize that. obviously,
Exactly,
exposure.
and actually, Counselor, if we look at it, and I didn't bring that information with me this evening, but there are a number of schools that will be coming offline, that debt will be paid off
Right.
in the next very short future, 5 years, 6 years, and then we'll have a significantly less in terms of our requirement for principal and interest payments.
So I think the counselors understand the importance in having good debt, and I think this is good debt. I think it's just important for us to really kind of communicate to the public that this is the best way to really kind of leverage our monies. If not, we'll constantly be playing catch-up with all our capital needs and things of that nature. So again, as one counselor, I'd like to see us be a little bit more aggressive with that, within reason, to make sure that from a sustainability standpoint, we can capture all those costs internally in the operating budget, but significantly improve all the capital needs that our departments have, so. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Council. Anything further? Hearing now, let's go to facilities maintenance, buildings, grounds, including the armory. Mr. Gallagher, please. And as I've been doing, I'd ask if you could just give the council a brief overview of your department, your budget, anything that is expected, anything that is new, anything different, anything the council should be brought aware of, please.
Good evening, councilors.
Good evening.
Not a lot of significant change, as we've had from previous years. We've had a slight increase in salaries due to unions and negotiations. We have some increases in our expenses, so that we may maintain some projects and things like that we will do going forward this year, repairing of buildings and things of that nature that we'd like to get accomplished.
Council in seat one, Councilor Kadim.
Just on page 182, so just comparing the FY19 to the FY20, we've got a significant increase in salaries. And I had noticed, obviously, again, we run into a situation when you compare last year's salary to this year's salary for the Director of Facilities, it's roughly a 5% increase. And then also we've got a project manager position that's a part-time position. Last year's budget, we approved that position to be $57,000 for the full-time salary. Half of it coming out of the operating budget, then half of it coming out of funding through capital projects. And it seems as though This fiscal year, we're seeing that part-time portion of the salaries essentially equating to the full salary of last year, so it's at $56,100. And again, in FY19, the complete salary was $57,000. So half of the salary, or 0.5% of the salary, is $56,100 coming out of the operating budget, and then there's another $28,050 coming out of the capital project. So we have a $27,000 increase in a salary position, so essentially this person's going to be receiving $84,150 compared to the $57,000.
Can I stop you for 1 second?
Yeah.
Because this particular department is a bit confusing, and part of it is my fault or the finance department's fault. A couple things have happened here. As far as the salary goes, if you look on page 188, inadvertently, Peter Monis is listed twice, so salaries are overstated by $53,000, and actually by $54,000 because he was listed twice. With regard to your project manager, the $56,000 is shown as the annual salary so that, each of you as counselors know exactly what that particular position is paying. But if you flip over to page 182, half of that is $29,471, and it's being recovered as a grant or a capital project. So that's the half salary that is now being paid out of the grants. And then lastly, with regard to this particular department, as you know, we brought forward to the ordinance committee the safety officer. That is in here at $60,000 with a recovery of $30,000 from, or a net 30, from the enterprise funds. So those are really what's driving, in addition to what Mr. Gallagher just indicated in terms of contract changes, that's really what's driving this difference.
So if I take the 893,803, 12,507, gives you the 906,310, plus 909. Okay. So I'm sorry. But it's tying out. So I think. Can you just so if we can just back up for the project manager. So we've got 56.1, right? You're saying it's only showing on page 188 and not.
Right, so it's her salary is technically, with her 1.5% and her longevity, her salary is $58,942.
Okay. And that's all captured. That's captured on 182 for the salary and wages permanent line, right? The 909,452.
That's correct, and then 29,000 is being shown, 29,471 as a recovery from the grants. So technically, half of her salary is being paid out of this operating budget, and the other half of her salary is being paid out of the capital grants.
Okay. So the salary is not the 84.
That's correct.
Currently. So then we would still have to reduce this budget by, what, 50?
54,786 for the overstatement, as well as the safety officer,
Of
if
the
it's the
60,000.
pleasure of, 30, because the same thing, we had the net of the 30 coming in from the enterprise
Oh,
funds.
yeah, okay. And then, just getting back to, so can we just talk about the director of facilities? So I know we talked a little bit about some of the other positions, the discrepancies between 19 and FY20. I'm just, this one's
Mr. Gallagher.
it's a 5% between FY19 and,
Mr. Gallagher did get an additional increase, Counselor, of, I believe it was $5,000.
so how does that happen when we've got a budget that's broken down between annual salary and a 2% increase?
Pardon me, Counselor?
I'm just confused when we get a budget, you folks have done a good job in terms of breaking out the salary, showing us what the annual base is, the stepping, 1.5% increase, the step increase, the seniority out of service out of rank, snow incentive, on-call, longevity. So you break that all down for us. We approve a budget, and then people are getting more than the 2%. I think it was 2% that was included in the FY19 budget.
So in Mr. Gallagher's case, he received his performance evaluation. As you know, Counselor, in ordinance, that salary allows, that position allows an annual salary up to $98,000. So in his latest performance review, Mr. Gallagher went from $85,000 to $90,000 as a function of his performance.
So we got a 5% increase.
Yes.
I mean, I don't have a problem when you folks want to go and give salary increases, but the problem I have is that when you're presenting a budget to us and the intent is to show people with a 2% increase and then somebody gets an additional 3%, that's the issue I have. I mean, and I'm not, and unfortunately, he's at the table, so I'm going to tell him not to
No,
take it
understand,
personal, but
yeah.
it's hard to say, don't take it personal when he's at the table and it's his salary. Again, it's not about his performance or anything, it's just about the process of the budget that comes down to the city council, asking us to review things, and then you've got percentages in there as to what you're going to be giving for raises, and then, you know, again, it's more than the anticipated 2% that we've been asked or approved. Just as, seems to be consistent. I try to work with the administration, I really do, and it's one of those things that constantly keep coming up, and it's frustrating. I don't know how much more I can say about how frustrating it is when we try to have that transparency and all be on the same page, so.
Well, Counsel, in the future, we can certainly call out those adjustments for you. Again,
But we did, you called it out last in FY19, it said 2%, he just got a 5%.
But that was an estimate, Counselor. So that 2%, at the time the budget was presented to you, hadn't even been awarded.
So what about
if you recall.
FY20, the 1.5%? Do we, as city council, should we anticipate anywhere between a 1.5% and a 5% for people?
Again, what's budgeted is an estimate, because although in this particular case, we can give you an absolute, because the AFSCME contract has been approved, and it was a 3-year contract. But last year, at this time, we didn't have AFSCME contract resolved. And as you know, the non-union and contract employees would get whatever the AFSCME increase was. But last year, we didn't know what that number was. This year, we do.
Right, but don't you folks sit down in terms of, from a financial standpoint, have conversations about what the percentages are going to be, especially for non-union people? I mean, because that's all within your control, especially the non-union individuals. Sitting down and saying, okay, you know, especially when you start looking at other communities, there's no, you'd be hard-pressed right now to go to the MMA and ask people to start sending you back what COLA adjustments have been in 5%. You're still at 2%, maybe 2.5%. You barely see 3s, right? And you folks, to your credit, are doing 1.5%. You know, I tend to think that's a little low. Me personally, I think it's more of the 2.5% is where it should be. But that's a decision that you folks need to make. But when you come in before us, you know, I would hope that the strategy would be for all your non-union individuals, you're obviously trying to figure out where you're going to be, what the affordability is, and this is where people are going to be consistent. I mean, I think if you want merit-based, I think you should have a specific column or a budget line item that says merit-based, that's not associated to any one particular person, so that the 2% is going to be continued, and then we can see that we've set aside some additional monies for merit-based pay if that's the intent of it. I mean, to me, that just makes more sense if that's where we're going to start going down. I think it's just a little frustrating, and I don't want to say disingenuous, but it's when we're looking at a document and we're seeing that somebody's going to get a 1.5% or a 2% increase, and then they're receiving more than what we've been showed, and you know, that could really sway somebody's vote, right? So if somebody's not willing to support a budget and they say, well, you know what, these people are getting, you know, department heads are getting 2%, and for whatever reason, maybe that's what changes their mind to actually support a budget. And if it was higher than that, they might have rejected it. That's where the frustration comes in when we're starting to look at this, and I understand budgets are living documents, things tend to change, but you know, it's consistent with what we saw with stipends and raises, and it's just not what's being presented to this council.
We can certainly, going forward in the 21 budget, add a line item for merit-based if we believe a particular department's going to receive one. But just in full transparency, there are, I'm going to say, a number of other positions within this budget that received merit-based increases that would still bring them under the ordinance. And I can get you that list. I don't have it with me this evening. I know there's a few that I can call out, but in addition to that, I know that the auditor's office has maintained that list of individuals who have gotten merit-based increases that still keep their salaries under what is approved in ordinance. And Mr. Geller just happens to be one of them.
Just on the stipends, I had a question. I put a question mark. The on-call, did that get rolled into the base? Felt like there was more.
We were able to delete them. There's only one gentleman getting an on-call stipend, which is the head custodian here for a government center.
So were the other ones just completely eliminated or rolled into the base?
Yeah, well, it was the negotiations for the ASME contract. So what they had gotten for an increase, this was one of the things that we were able to take back for our side.
They didn't roll it into the base?
No.
It wasn't one of those stipends, we'll eliminate the stipend but roll it into our base and then next year come back, ask for on-call?
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
And Counselor, actually, that individual that does get it, their contract hasn't been resolved yet, so
Okay.
that's still open. The others have been concluded, and so there was agreement, and they were removed.
All right, and then my other question is just on page 182. So it looks like there's some new line items, so the hoisting license and then the construction supervisor license. Why are we paying those? So it's 5,000 and 4,000, so total of 9,000, and who's receiving that?
The hoisting license will be for 5 individuals in the department who will hold a 1B license. That is for the bucket truck. They have to be certified to use that truck because it has a crane on it.
Yep.
So for those who are going to utilize that truck and utilize it in part of our department, as you'll see in the ASME contract, anybody that's holding hoisting engineer's license and that get a $1,000 stipend for carrying that license and maintaining that license.
And that's contractual?
Yes.
Okay. What about the construction supervisor license?
The construction supervisor license, I think that's another one of these, it's a typo that shouldn't be there. I think the idea was to pay for continuing education, but we already have the continuing education in like our, I want to say it's in the conferences line.
That doesn't make sense. So you're going from a salary account to an expense account, Ms. Sahadi?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there was.
I'm sorry.
There is the project manager within the department is in the process of getting a certification for construction. Do you have the exact name of the certification she'll be
It's the
receiving?
construction supervisor license.
Right.
So in giving her
To be a clerk of the works, you have to have a construction supervisor, a construction license.
yeah, we
Yeah.
wanted her to have that license, so
Right.
if we get that license, then she would get
Right.
the full pay.
So that is a stipend that would be provided to her upon her
So,
achieving
but why
the.
would we pay somebody $4,000 to get that requirement when we're, as part of a project manager, you'll probably be overseeing the building, the construction of buildings? I mean, that's an automatic in my mind as part of the job descriptions and requirements.
Again, Counselor, this was an individual who had been with the city. She has a master's degree, had done a lot of work in another position. We anticipated using her on a more of an administrative basis, which she's very skilled at. But in looking at the staffing and the requirements within the department, we felt that if she was able to achieve the construction supervisor license, that she could provide a lot more technical assistance as opposed to administrative assistance. And so in an effort to try to upgrade the skill set, we felt that if she achieved that, and it is a pretty intensive program, she was attending class for quite some time, and we felt that if she achieved that, it would certainly be a benefit to the department and to Mr. Gallagher to have that additional skill set on board.
So I understand that, but isn't that the purpose of the position? is to provide that skill set to manage the construction projects. So one would assume that you want somebody to be the clerk of the works, and in order to be the clerk of the works, you have to have a construction license. So when you're hiring the position, why would you hire somebody without a construction license to fill the position, then pay them $4,000 to get a license, which they should have had?
It's when she received the license, it was, once she received it, then she would get the full pay. So we, in the budget, it's not to exceed 62,000, 62,500. So we gave her 6 months to get her license, as we do with the building department for some of the building inspectors and stuff. We give them a year to get their licenses, we hire them without them, and then we give them a year to get them.
But we were never told that last year. When we put this, when this position was vacant, and, I mean, did, you got paid a certain amount of money, and is it similar to the project manager that you were serving as?
Yes.
So you have a license, you got paid the exact same thing, so this individual is getting the same exact salary that you had when you have the construction license
I
and,
was being paid.
He was paid considerably more,
I was
Counselor.
65.
Yeah. Yeah, she started below what Mr. Gallagher was earning when he was in that position. And again, the expectation was that we would allow her to increase once she got the construction supervisor license. And as Mr. Gallagher mentions, it's somewhat comparable to what we do with our inspectors.
so when can we get back to the old days where we stop paying people for the jobs that they're gonna do, and not hire them to do the job and then say, oh, by the way, you know what? The city council has to come to budget meetings. Can I get $5,000 per budget meeting? Can I mean, to me, it's outside my job description. Because all I was supposed to do was come to council meetings. Now I'm doing budget meetings. That's essentially what we're talking about.
Well, Counselor, just to clarify, we kind of touched on this last evening. When we have individuals working within a department, and we feel that there's a need for additional set of skills or certifications, we do try to allow that promotion from within. We try to give them the opportunity to achieve the skill sets that we need, and to give them that opportunity. And we talked about it last night with regard to the purchasing department. In that particular case, the individual wasn't interested in securing those certifications. In this particular case, she was already in the department.
Just for
She was
clarification,
interested.
just for clarification on that, you said that you allowed that individual the opportunity to go and apply, well, to seek out those certifications.
To get the
And then she
certification.
would have to apply for the job, so there'd be no guarantee that she'd get the job.
No. Had she gotten the certifications, she would have been able to assume that position. There was never, she was an internal person working in the department. We needed that position. We said, if you would like to get your certification, you can achieve that position. It wasn't a matter that she would have to reapply
Can I get
for
a
it.
point of clarification through Counselor in seat 5? If that was her recollection when she asked the question.
Sure, Counselor in seat 5. Your microphone.
I don't recall. I know that Mrs. Veras said that they had asked her if she was interested, but she wasn't interested. But I thought you said you would hire someone else and give them time as they were working to get those certifications.
Yeah, right. If it became a new person, we would offer them the same time to get the certification that we were willing to offer the person who was already in the department. But she was not inclined to want to do that. So in this particular case, the individual was in the department. She was offered the opportunity to go back to school to get the construction supervisor license. She was very happy to do that. She succeeded, and so we provided an increase, which again, it was still, I think, still below what Mr. Gallagher was being compensated when he was in that
Right.
position.
So, but you folks set the rates, you put the budget together, you put the salaries together, you came down to the city council requesting the amounts. I'm not sure why we're getting away from what we used to do and ignore the individuals in the position, identify what those positions are worth. So if a project manager salary, when you do a comparative analysis to other communities, is $65,000, let's advertise for $65,000. If it's $75,000, let's advertise for $75,000. I see the parking clerk in the audience, where you folks came down and what the ordinance committee told you folks to go back and actually do a comparative analysis to other communities, and if she's underpaid in terms of the salary or the position, not necessarily the individual, but the position, then let's be competitive. I think Fall River needs to be competitive with all the other municipalities that are out there, and I've been a big proponent of that. What I don't appreciate is when we identify and when you folks come down and give us and ask us to appropriate salaries, and then we find out it's a $5,000 stipend here, then it's $4,000 if you get this license, and then if you decide that you want to go home and take a nap, you can do that, and then if you want to come back and maybe work for a couple of hours, you can do that as well, and we'll give you another $10,000 and $4,000, and then we're all over the place, and it's just, it's not what we're being told, and again, maybe I'm the only one that's frustrated, and that's
Well,
fine.
Counsel, I certainly
That's
resent the
just-
remark about taking a nap. I mean, I think it's totally inappropriate
listen.
coming from a member of the Fall River City Council.
I don't
But
care.
having said that,
Quite frankly, I don't
we are
care.
trying
Quite
very
frankly,
hard.
Mr. President, can I get the
Counselor,
floor back, please?
you have the floor.
Thank you. Quite frankly, I don't care if you resent it or not. The last time I was called a bully because I started to ask questions, right? I'm not playing this game. It's the facts of the matter is that when we get it, and you can't deny it, that what is being presented to us is not what happens at the end of the day, right? And if you were sitting in my seat, you would be just as frustrated.
Please don't say that,
you and I
because you
both
do
know
not
that.
know how
Okay.
I would feel sitting in that seat, Counselor. I'm
Counselor,
telling you, we
okay.
had an opportunity to allow someone who was already working in the department to get additional certifications, to
That they should
make an
already have had
advancement
for the
within that
position.
department, and that individual chose that opportunity, so that we wouldn't have to lay someone off because we didn't need someone at that skill level.
But we're going
This
to
department-
lay off, in this budget, we're laying off a clerical person.
Because the person wasn't interested. In this case, the person was very interested in achieving it. She's done an exceptional job. She's proven herself with the safety training, taken on a lot of extra tasks. The reality is, this is a new department. I mean, we've been adding staff last year, we've been evaluating the staff needs within this department. We felt that we needed someone with that qualification as Mr. Gallagher started taking on a huge volume of work with no other individual. So we said, all right, if she's willing to do it, she was happy to do it, and she's achieved. I consider this a success. It's an internal promotion that she's earned, and we just want that opportunity.
Please don't suggest that this is a new department. You separated the department from facilities and maintenances, but the department has been doing and maintaining everything that has been going on when it was under community maintenance, right? So we made a shift and created a separate department. It's not a new department. Mr. Gallagher's been doing the work that he's been doing. He's been overseeing, he may be overseeing people that were under DCM, but what's being done internally, there's no change to it.
There was a lot of additional scope, Council. We added electrician, we added plumber, we added carpenter. We added resources when we created the department to be able to do more work and do it efficiently in-house. And I think we've succeeded in that. So we did. You're correct. The duties were formerly in another department. We didn't feel that the facilities were getting the attention that they deserved. They were getting the preventive maintenance that they needed. That we were I'll take this opportunity. We continue to carry the architect in the budget, and Mr. Gallagher can enumerate for you what we have spent on architectural services this past year, and it is a huge number. So we're continuing to try to address our abilities to be more cost-effective in providing a lot of these services. And in this particular instance, the individual has performed tremendously, and she's earned it, and she put a lot of work into it. And again, she's still below the dollar value that Mr. Gallagher was earning in the position.
That you folks requested, right. So page 183. Buildings and grounds, repairs and maintenance line item. So that increased 21% of 41,000.
Yes. As we're going through the buildings, more and more things that we're finding that we would like to repair and do as other parts of projects. So we'll take Central Fire Station, we want to put a new roof on there, and we're in the process of putting a new roof. We'd like to be able to go in and replaster the walls and the ceiling areas where it was taking on water and leaking and things of that nature. So all of these, we have 5 to 6 roofs that we're doing this year. And we want to start going inside and doing some interior work. This building here, we haven't done some carpets upstairs, things of that nature, because of the roof was still leaking.
So what's the 41,000 getting us? Is it the roofs? Is it internal work? Is it
Internal work,
carpets?
we get a
What is
lot
it?
of plasters, paint, ceilings, rugs, things that we weren't able to do because the roofs were still leaking, and we didn't want to put any product in there because of all of that stuff happening. So hopefully now with the roofs being repaired, we're able to do all of those and put all of those items in.
But in terms of, I mean, if you're doing rugs, I mean, 41,000 is not enough for rugs. What,
Well, it depends, like some will have rugs, some will have VCT tiles, you'll have ceiling tiles or ceiling replacements, plaster.
I guess maybe the council's question a little bit more directly would be, you're seeing an increase in this specific line item by X amount of money. What kind of an analysis was taking place for what specific projects and what the costs are? Is that correct, Counselor?
that's correct. When we do zero-based budgeting, that's
Yes.
what we get.
So if that hasn't been done, just say it, but we're seeing an increase here. Was there an analysis done, or did we just throw that number out in the air and say, this is what's going to happen?
We're just throwing it out in the end, this is what's gonna happen.
Okay. Thank you for your honesty. Councilman C1, you have the floor.
Does that come out of the superintendent's book of zero-based budgeting?
It must be. We learned a whole new lesson about zero-based budgeting yesterday.
Starts at 15 million.
Yep.
Communication line and equipment, page 184, that's going $27,000. What is it? Why isn't it in MIS?
That's the facilities dude, that's a work order system that we.
Don't we already have that? No?
No, we don't.
Is it just the school department does?
Has school dude, so.
I thought we heard about that last year. Did we not hear about that last year?
I was
may
increasing,
have-
they increased school dude, so you might have heard it about increasing
Yeah.
school dude.
No,
We
in the
said-
schools. The schools wouldn't tell us about school, dude. We don't go to that
I
level.
think the discussion was had last year, but I don't believe the monies were ever put in Mr. Gallagher's budget to purchase it. So at this point, it has not been purchased,
Well,
correct?
we've started the process.
Purchasing it?
Yeah, for what we had in our regular line items and got some of it started. So we got some laptops and stuff and some trial areas that we're trying with. This would give us a full,
What do you need laptops for?
not laptops, they're tablets to go in the van so that the guys can get their work order
Oh, the
systems.
guys that are actually doing the work
Yeah, they're
orders.
actually doing the work orders, so then they can log them in.
But communication said that, MIS said that they had all the laptops for that. That's what they said, the tablets, yesterday there was
The
a huge
tablets,
line.
They came for mine, or that was for building?
No,
department?
she was saying it was for building and various inspectors and people, I mean.
Yeah, that would be the building department.
Code
She took care of
enforcement.
all of the buildings.
Code enforcement.
I got mine, I bought mine.
I thought MIS with all that, I mean, they've got a significant increase. So I thought we were transitioning all the MIS stuff to MIS. Is that,
The intention is to transfer all of the computer equipment, laptops, anything infrastructure to MIS. There are still some departments that have purchased some of those items on their own.
so,
She did help us facilitate them and get them so that when.
so what's the 27,000 though? Is it for school dude or is it for laptops?
It's facilities,
Tablets?
dude, it's facilities.
I mean, if
dude.
it's, yeah, I'm
it's
sorry.
facilities.
School dude is the schools, I apologize.
It's facilities, dude.
Yeah, just a different, so the 27,000 is for the software?
Yes.
Is that an annual contract? Seems like a lot, 27,000?
It's 100 and something at school.
Even if we jump onto the schools because they've already
Yeah,
got
they
the
wouldn't
service?
let us, that's, we tried, I contacted with Ken, we've talked to them, and we've gone through a lot of companies, we went through, there's a Rhino, there's a Hippo, there's a couple of different ones that we looked at. The School dudes seem to be the best, water department is starting to look at this because it seems to do the most amount of items that we would like to do. It'll be able to help track finances for every building that we do, for every work order, so is the costs. So if they go to a supply house and they buy something, they're able to put the cost right into the facilities dude. When we get it back, it's able to go into the particular file of that particular building. So government center, how much I spent this year. Central fire, how much I spent. So we're able to do that. We'll also be able to keep track of all of our capital
He's giving me the
improvements. Yeah.
cutoff, he's trying to shut me off. so-
Capital improvements, we'll be able to keep track of all of that as
Okay,
well.
good. 185, streetlights, parts, repairs, that doubles 5,000 to 10,000. So two-part question, why the double? And I mean, it's streetlight parts, that seems awfully low, but you double the budget. And then, and aside from a non-budget question, the streetlights that we have are dimmable, right? The LEDs?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor in seat 7 wants some streetlights to be brighter. So, after the meeting, if you can talk to them.
Okay.
They're dimmable. So, what, the 10,000?
Yes, we'd like to buy some stock. It takes so long to wait for product in a lot of aspects. Nobody's stocking any of the actual product that we have. So we have lights that we're waiting for long periods of time for it to come in. So we would like to be able to buy some stock. So we've got a lot of different lights, Columbia Street, Water Street, Puerto Delgado. They're all different lanterns.
So the decorative
Yeah, decorative,
lights, not
yeah.
the actual.
Well, and we'll buy some street lights, we'll buy some
Okay, all
arms and some extra creeds. Most of the creeds, they're warranted. The only ones that we don't like get warranted are ones that are in accidents, things like that, if somebody hits a pole and breaks a pole, things like that. And ones we don't recover from accidents that people don't have insurance, or they had a Geico and there wasn't enough insurance to cover the incident. So that's to buy a few of those to have.
And then 185 lease for garage on the trucks. I know we talk about this every year. So the $19,200. Now that we're getting parking garages, do we still need storage for the trucks?
I would say yes, Counselor. A lot of these trucks are loaded with tools, things like that. They're inside of a locked alarm garage with cameras, things of that nature, to be putting them in a parking garage overnight by themselves without any alarms or anything like that. We can lose quite a bit of stuff.
Okay. And then page 186, just going into the privatization portion of the custodial services. So why is the library taking on, well, why are we moving their cost over to the library and then keeping police here?
It's primarily because of the grant agreement for the library. We need to keep our costs at a certain level.
For Lamar?
Exactly.
Is that
So you'll notice that in the library budget this year, we actually also put in the health insurance.
Yeah, I was
so
gonna- I
that
was
we
gonna
wouldn't
ask the
have to
question.
ask for a waiver every year.
Okay. And then just out of curiosity, can we get, when we start looking at the cost, so you got privatization of City Hall of 117, you got the police department at 118, 57,000 for the library. Privatization is supposed to save us money. I'm just curious, with the number of custodians that we had, I almost feel like that's close to the budget, if not more than what we had budgeted. Can we get an analysis of maybe when did the privatization take place? Was it 18?
We started with the police department and then started with government center, right? And then the library may have come second and then,
Yeah.
so it
if
was
we can
over
do-
time.
So if we can get wherever the budget was before we hit the privatization, I'm just curious to see.
Mm-hmm.
And I would include an estimate, obviously, for healthcare and stuff. It doesn't need to be an exact for healthcare, but I'm just curious on the total cost associated with that. You're going to be almost, because we're close to $300,000 just in those 3 buildings. So with that, I yield.
Thank you, Counselor. In seat 4, Counselor Kilby.
Yes. Just one question. Page 188. Ms. Viveras, I see a vacancy for a safety officer. It's at $60,000 with benefits, it'd probably be around $100,000. In our last ordinance committee meeting, if you recall, you came down with a request for a new position for a safety officer, stating that there was a dire need for someone to provide OSHA training, because we had no one that on board that was doing that presently. But you didn't disclose to us, Ms. Viveras, that there's a safety officer vacancy in the budget.
That's the same position, Counselor.
I'm sorry?
That's the same position.
But
We
gave the item leave to withdraw an ordinance.
The budget was already printed, Counselor.
So,
This could be reduced. We had.
but why is it in the budget as a vacancy?
Well, because you hadn't approved, we didn't
So-
hire anyone, and we didn't approve.
When was the budget printed?
The
I don't think
15th,
we had the budget at the time,
the
did we?
15th of May.
15th of May,
Okay.
Counselor.
All right, thanks for clarifying it, because I just
And it was
don't,
really put together, Counselor,
you know,
by
in
the end of
spirit
April, so.
Right.
Spirit of full disclosure, I would hope that that vacancy wasn't in there when you came down asking for a new position.
Well, again, if it's not approved in ordinance, we can't fill the position.
So by approving this budget with a safety
It-
officer vacancy.
We can't fill the
It's a
position.
moot point.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All
It's
right.
not an ordinance, it can't be filled.
Okay. So, Mr. Galler, I see one of your goals is to institute OSHA trainings. Presently, are you out, getting a consultant on board, or? Because one of the arguments
we've
made-
already,
sorry, one of the arguments made in ordinance was that, in substitute for a $100,000 position, we could have someone come in to do the training, which would be more cost-effective.
And we have with grants from the state, we've done training for not only my department, but for water, for parks, for cemeteries, for DCM.
So there's some going on.
There is some going on, yes. There's still a lot to be done, but there's some going on.
So it's one of your goals to increase that?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, just another question on capital. I'm hearing you're hurting for equipment, machinery, and the like. Is there anything in your issues budget for purchases along those? And it's
No, I
your
don't have,
department, I'm sorry.
No, the machinery, it might be community maintenance. I've got
Okay.
pretty much a lot of new vehicles, new equipment and stuff as we've brought in the extra carpenters and electricians and plumbers. We've supplied them with the tools and the things that they need. We have and I'd like to invite the councilors sometime this summer, for like a couple at a time, to come over and see the facility that we have, the equipment that we've purchased, how we inventory it, how we take care of it, what we're doing to watch it, so that you can kind of get an idea of what we're doing and what we've got going on over there, so that you can see what we have.
I yield, thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue, was there a error on facilities maintenance that you uncovered, Council in seat 1, under expenses that we need to reduce when we have our appropriation order? I just want to make note of that before we lose sight.
No.
It's in the salaries,
Yeah, the
Council.
salaries.
So there would be 2 specific items then.
Yeah, Ms. Sahadi stated that the electrical position was counted twice, so that was 54,000. And then the safety officers in there is 60,000, but it's only 30,000 in the general fund.
Okay, so there would be
84.
84,000.
a total of 84 that you'd be, would be needing to reduce that specific line item under facilities salaries, correct?
Yes, Counselor.
Thank you very much. Next person is Councilor in seat 7, Councilor Pelletier.
Yeah. This present budget, or do you need more money for the library to get that job done? That's all I want to know.
No, the estimate, the bid came in at $295,000.
Yep.
So we had budgeted $375,000 with everything that we have. Right now, we had also budgeted $30,000 for painting. All that, we're actually anticipating going out for bid for the painting part of it, probably as early as next week, to look for people to come in and give us prices for the painting and plastering of the interior.
All right, I thought the holdup was because you didn't have enough money to go into the next budget. But I just feel that job should have been done a long time ago. Very important, and it's still not done, so.
The bids
sooner the better.
just came back, so we're going to be doing 5 roofs
Okay.
almost simultaneously.
No problem.
Government center included.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor in seat 5, Council Vice President LeBeau.
Thank you. I have some questions in regards to salaries, some salary increases, and these might be a function of union agreements, but if you could just explain from last year to this year. I know Councilor in seat 1 was talking about people that had $5,000 increases. So for instance, we have an electrician. We have a couple of positions, but we have an electrician that has a $5,239 increase in their annual salary from last year to this year. We have a couple of those. The job doesn't look like it's changed. It's the same description. And then in other cases, we have people that have maybe a $963 increase, which would seem more in line. And then we have people that have actually gone up from junior positions to senior positions and have maybe a $4,500 increase. So I'm wondering why these $5,000 increases.
So what you really need to do, Counselor, is look at the totals, because in this particular case, there were a lot of union negotiations that went on with the stipends, if you want to call them that, the additional pay for on-call and snow, et cetera. So if you look at your electrician, they were being paid $53,869 last year in the 19 budget, and they're being paid $54,786 in the 20 budget.
So then this
So it's a
particular one-
$1,000 increase approximately, a little bit less.
So the service out of rank is gone at 166. On-call is gone. And the other question I had was the auto allowance.
I
There's
believe
no
that's gone
col-
as well.
No column on that for all, was that rolled in? Are they not getting it? Is it?
No, we bought them all new vehicles, so we have, the department has been supplied with vehicles for them to travel around the city.
So
for them
that,
to-
was this for if they were using their own?
Yes, they were
Okay.
using their own back in the day.
Okay, so with regards to the new vehicles, what is the practice on the new vehicles? Do they have GPS on them? How are they getting gas? How are we keeping track of that? I know that's come up before.
So the gas, one person has a key. They fill up once a week. It's documented of what their mileage is and what it is being filled up as. And it's also being recorded at the gas pumps, with the software that they have at the gas pumps with the key. It shows what they're getting for each gallon and how many gallons we got that particular
That's all
day.
up and running as it should be?
Yes.
Thank you. As far as the architect, Ms. Viveras, I know that had been an ordinance, and when it had come down, we had asked for the cost so we could see what the savings would be, but when it first came down, we had asked for it, and it came back, but we were told that at that time, the jobs were done and that you weren't able to separate the costs because of how they were put together. So if you have it now broken up, which you indicated Mr. Gallagher did, then you could send it back down. But the reason that it's been sitting there and hasn't been approved is because when it first came down to us, there was no cost breakdown.
Yeah, we'd be happy to provide that. We're in a much better position now because Mr. Gallagher has been breaking out all of those incremental costs, so he can certainly share with you the detail, and we can put it together in a spreadsheet and send it down to the ordinance committee, and we would appreciate your taking a look at that once again.
The fire department buildings, Mr. Gallagher, can you tell me what the condition of the Stanley Street station is?
The Stanley Street Station actually needs a new roof, and we'll be doing that right after the 1st of July with our new budget. We'll be doing it ourselves through our own, with the carpenters that we have. We'll actually do an overlay on that roof till we figure out what we're going to do, because we are looking at trying maybe to build a new station.
Okay, so even with the new roof, we still have an issue in the basement, from what I'm told from the people that work there. It's a definite air quality issue. I know that station was shut down for 4 or 5 days at one point.
Yeah, for mold mitigations and stuff. It's an old stone foundation. It's very hard to stop the water from coming into the basement. We have sub pumps down there and stuff like that. We're going to look at maybe putting in an exhaust fan for this year in the basement to be able to exhaust out some of it. It's dampened, but as far as mold or anything like that, it hasn't created any of that as
How
of
often
yet.
is that being checked?
I'm going to say it's being checked at least on a once-a-month basis. We go there and look at it and go into the building.
So is it an air quality check or just a visual check?
Just a visual check.
Okay.
We've done air samples in there before.
What happened so that it was shut down?
It had a lot of mold, and what we found is that the boiler had been leaking. There's a pressure relief valve, and nobody noticed that it had been leaking between the two boilers. It was directly between them, and it was just leaking down. So what happened is the wood underneath got saturated, and it created the mold all over the wood. So that's when it became a quality. When we did an air quality test, and they complained about it, we did the air quality test. We found that the mold spores were a little high in the basement, so we had it mitigated, cleaned, washed, disinfected. There was some debris down there over the years that had just never been cleaned out, so we did a full clean out of the basement. So now there's nothing in the basement. So they had cardboard boxes, they had some other products that they had down there which created a lot of mold, and mildew was able to grow on it. We've taken all that out.
Okay, so out of curiosity, how much is an air quality test?
I want to say they're about $500.
Okay, is that something that we would be able to afford to do for I mean, I know that there are folks that are working in that building that are still,
Yep, that's not an issue.
okay. And then my last thing, I think, is hopefully an easy request. I had asked about it last night. Are you in charge of the portable microphone speaker system that travels around to different places? We're not quite sure who's in charge of it.
Never even heard of it.
The one that goes with the podium, it goes to different places.
Oh, yeah, that one, that's strictly the mayor's. It belongs to the city, so to give it to anybody other
But
than
who's in charge of it?
Dave. If somebody
The
wants
custodian.
it, the custodian.
So
yeah.
the custodians are under,
Myself.
Facilities.
okay, could we get a new one? Because that one doesn't work very well. We've had it at events where it doesn't work at all. we had just had it at a veterans event where it works for 2 minutes and then it stops, so everyone's just yelling out to the crowd. And I believe it was one of the custodians that said to me, can we please get a new one? How old is that one?
Yeah, I'd have to look at that because that one's only a year old. That comes with a speaker that's on the
Yes.
side.
Mhm.
It's only a year
Yeah,
old.
but
We just
I don't know if it
purchased
has a loose wire or what. Can we see what's wrong with it
Yeah.
and figure it out?
Yeah.
And now that we know who is in charge of it. Thank you, I yield.
Thank you, Counselor. In seat 6, Counselor Long.
I think most of my questions have been answered, but there's one thing that has come up twice during this budget debate, and it's talking about the professional certifications. When we have these individuals that are told that they have these certifications available to them and they can get them, are they notified? How are they notified of that?
I think it would depend on, they often come up, not in the case of this individual, because it's a non-union position, but in the cases of the collective bargaining, it routinely comes up as a function of, negotiation, where what will happen is the department head will list certifications that they think would be beneficial to the department to have. In Mr. Gallagher's case, the hoisting license, that ended up going through collective bargaining. So we would put forward as part of the negotiation that we think that, these certifications would be beneficial to the department, and then it is something that has to get negotiated, because
Yeah,
there's
but not
usually a
everybody
cost.
in his department. If I was working in his department and I just said, I'm gonna go for my hoisting certification, and I get my hoisting certification, I walk in and say, here's my hoisting certification, I might be a painter. Do I get the stipend?
It's a function of which of the stipends you want to address.
Well, what it is it's a function on who is going to use it. Just because you have the license doesn't mean you're going to get the stipend.
That's what
If
I'm
you're
saying.
somebody
So-
that's going to use, or we're going to require for
So
you
what
to
I'm
use
saying
it.
is going back to some of the questioning tonight, okay, is we hire a project manager. And then we say, well, if you get your construction supervisor license, we're gonna pay you more money, right? Do we tell them if you don't get it, we're gonna fire you?
No.
Well, I think it depends on the circumstance. In the case of purchasing, yeah, we didn't have the need for both. When the individual in question was hired, we were just the two of you in the department initially, and then we realized we needed to add the clerk, so we
Right,
added additional capacity.
In those two
Yeah.
instances, with the project manager, how was he notified that we wanted him to get his construction supervisor license?
When we asked if they would be interested in the job.
No, I'm not, how was it done? I'm not saying if it was done, you're saying it was done, I believe it was done.
Usually
I'm saying,
we-
was it in writing, was it by verbal?
By
Was it
verbal.
by telephone?
By verbal.
Would have been verbal in this
Would have been
case, because it's non-union.
Okay, and then the same thing with the purchasing, it was just?
No, that's a, yes, that was going into non-union, so yes, that would have been, we want to reestablish the position. Again, it was already an ordinance, we wanted to fill the position. Look to the internal people within the department to say, are you interested in getting your certifications and advancing into that position?
So how
And
was
it-
that done? Was that verbally?
Yes.
Through who? Who makes that communication?
In the case of one of the employees, I actually had a conversation with the individual, just because we were looking at trying to get that certification achieved. The individual actually started the process and then said, I'm not interested in going ahead with it. And then in the other instance, it was done by the department head to say, this is what we're planning to do, and do you have any interest? So.
No, I was just like last night, I was thinking about it and it came up again today, but I'm like, how is it fair for a person who has a job to say, either get this, whether they can or they can't, and then to tell them, well, if you don't get it, we're just eliminating your job, so too bad? Is that how that went down? I'm not sure.
Counselor, your point of information. Counselor in seat 1, your point of
Can
information.
I just ask the administration, just in terms of that, along those lines, when was the individual notified that the position was not going to be funded in the budget?
Before the budget was released.
When was that?
May 15th.
May, would have been first part of May.
So they were given essentially a month and a half.
Yeah, I would say close to 2 months.
Counselor in seat 6, you have the floor.
No, then that's my question is, it was like a do or die point. She has a job, Now, I don't know the person involved. I don't know their capabilities. But when it was offered to her, was she under the understanding that had she not got the certification, that her job was going to be eliminated?
Yes,
She was.
yes.
And she decided, I'm not going to go for the
Yeah,
certification.
well, and we did it in sufficient time, hoping that she may have opportunity to apply for something else internally.
And we do that verbally, we don't do that in writing, so
No, Counselor.
I would think it would, in my estimation, it would be more professional to do something like that in writing, especially when you're talking about, the amount of money that we're talking about and what's available within a department. As far as professional development, I mean, if I was in a department and I was and I knew, if I knew there was a certification that I could get more money, I'd certainly go after it. But I also think, as Councilor C1 would say, that if your project manager, construction supervisor license should be like mandatory. Now, we may be gradually picking that up, and if this person would ever leave the job, then I would hope that it would be a requirement of the new person coming in to have that certification.
That's true, Counselor.
Before you walk
That's
in the
true.
door.
Correct.
So, and I know there's been a whole process of trying to get that all more streamlined, but, it just concerns me when we hear that type of stuff and that a person just loses their job because, one, you might say she didn't want to, but maybe she wasn't able to. Or is too nervous to, or too old, or whatever to say, I can't go back to school, I can't take a test, and all of a sudden now she's faced with being unemployed. I don't know if that's fair, so I would hope going forward that these types of offers would be made in writing so that we can all be put at ease to say that we don't get to that situation where somebody says, I was never told, I don't believe what they're saying, that didn't happen. We need to make sure that, from the city side, that we're rock solid on what we're telling people and where they're going. So with that, I yield.
Thank you, Counselor. Anything further on this department? Counselor in seat 3, Counselor Kamara.
Yeah, just some clarification. So on on page 188, where you have the double entry of 54,786 salary, you anticipate and expect then the budget will be reduced by that amount through motion?
Certainly, it could be because it's overstated, that's correct.
It's
And
done-
as well as the $30,000 for the safety officer.
And that was the question then about the safety officer. Even though it's in at 60, where's the other 30?
It's on page 182 as a $30,000 reduction because it's a recovery from the enterprise funds.
Okay.
So it's net 30
So
within this
therefore,
budget.
at some point, a motion should be made to reduce this particular line item by
84,786.
84,786.
That's correct, Counselor.
From the total budget as well.
That's correct.
Okay, and just to get back to briefly to the Stanley Street Fire Station, which is a concern to the neighborhood. The Highland neighborhood recently had discussion about this issue, and at that same meeting, Preservation Society members were present. And the question was, is there any possibility of that building being reconstructed or reused to meet 21st century needs by adjusting and converting the building possibly with an addition on the footprint in which it's located?
Well, we looked at that. That building's already been modified several times. The doors that are in the front, you'll see the arches. Those arches have been made larger to accommodate the equipment that they have now. Fire trucks are getting bigger, they have more equipment, they have more items on them. There's not enough room to be able to add what, like the chief is looking for, maybe another ambulance service out of that to pick the particular station. Maybe a marine piece to be out of there, maybe he'll put one of his boats there so it's a quick down the hill to the water. So them are some of the things that he's looking at. So to put something that would have a 4-bay garage there would be a little tight on the footprint that they have. You'd have no more room for parking because you'd take up the parking in the back to be able to have the vehicles to come on the street. You'd take their driveway, per se, to be able to fit them in.
There's also now, too, Counselor, an interest in trying to create stations that allow drive-through, right? They drive in from one street and then drive straight around and out again, so they're not backing out into traffic. I'm sure some of you have seen what has to happen over at the central station. So, and that is being recommended as the new prototype for fire stations, and we certainly couldn't do that at that location as well, so.
All right, so when you began, Chris, by saying we looked at it, who's we? Was there an architectural expert?
Myself, the chief, we've all kind of discussed it. I have talked with an architect on what their feelings were on it and what they thought that would happen. And we've all kind of come to the conclusion that it's just not viable to do what today's standards are. As Kathy Ann was saying is that their new standards in fire departments, you have to actually ask for a variance, basically, in the NFPA to be able to have the vehicles drive in through the back, drive out through the front. They don't want them backing into the stations anymore.
Right, so if, in fact, then the conclusion is that that facility is inadequate and is not capable of being reconstructed in order to be adequate, why are we investing money in it? Why don't we move ahead and get a replacement station sooner than later?
We would like to. One of the things is that we have to have attention now. We have leaks coming in, we have water coming in, as you've seen in this facility is the library. We need to stop the water infiltration. So that's why we're opting to do it ourselves now. Then when we were looking at prices and bids to go out to do it, was getting a little expensive. So we decided, okay, we had another carpenter coming on board. We figured we'll go there and we'll do it. We'll be able to buy the materials directly and we'll do it ourselves and be able to get it done for a significant cheaper cost than if we were to go out and outsource it.
Okay, and where is that cost included in this budget?
It's in my general
maintenance fund.
And Council, we have started pursuing an alternative location for that site, so we are starting to move ahead to try to decide, what the best alternative is and where it might be located.
Sure. And I'm privy to some of that conversation because we did have a presentation. Mr. Gallagher was good enough to come and discuss it with the association. Association did give its input as to possibility. So we are anxiously looking forward to that. Of course, that is a significant station in terms of the area that it covers, is significant. It also includes probably the station that's closest to the hospitals, not to mention, of course, closest to Truesdale Health, but closest also to Charlton. And the whole Highland area depends on that station more so than either the downtown station or the Airport Road station. So I would hope that we would move as we do this Band-Aid approach because, it's clear to me that when you do it as you're intending to do it, it's going to be a very temporary patch to a problem that needs to be addressed. And as much as I'm one who supports the preservation of old buildings, if that building is absolutely, and I would like that to be confirmed, that it's absolutely not a building that is amenable to making the kinds of changes that would be necessary to accommodate 21st century demands, that we move forward, that we determine an alternative location for a new station, and then we get the bids. I understand that new station is in the capital improvement plan, is that true? Is it in the 5-year plan?
I don't believe so, Counselor.
Not with a price, anyway.
So how do we
Not with a
get?
price.
Not
It was
with a
in the
price.
5-year plan, but
Right.
it wasn't with a price.
Right.
Okay, well, it seems to me that I hope that we're not going to wait until 2025 to build a new station.
No,
So-
again, Council, we're pursuing the site, which is step
So
one.
it can be brought into the.
It could be brought in, yes.
5-year
It was
plan to be done.
included in the plan without a price because we knew it needed to be on the radar,
Mm-hmm.
but there were no cost estimates. There wasn't even a location at the time that was being put together, so.
Well, I think there are a couple of locations that are feasible, some better than others. So I hope that we can move on that quickly. And that'll be all. Thank you. I yield, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anything further?
Council President?
Councilor in seat 7, Councilor Pelletier.
Yeah, just to let seat number 5 know that I went to the demolition of the building down the north end, and they had the mayor's podium there, but it seemed to me they had some extra equipment. They had a speaker on the side about this big and this big, and it was pretty loud, and it was good, so I think they kind of adjusted what they had to adjust because of your concern. So that's that. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Anything further on this department? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Gallagher.
Thank you.
Okay. Cemeteries, page 196. Community maintenance, Mr. Pirano.
Good evening, councilors.
Good evening. Could you just give us a brief overview, please?
So just a quick overview, there are some salary adjustments based off of the AFSCME union negotiations, and some minor changes to our expense items to accommodate the purchase of new equipment to replace some of our aging equipment in the department. That's pretty much it.
Thank you. Councilman C4, Councilor Kilby.
Yeah, my first question was going to be with regard to the equipment. So what new items are you purchasing?
So if you look at our tool line item, from 2019, it was $2,500. The proposed budget is $14,000. So with that money, we would replace either our debris loader for leaf cleanup in the fall or one of our aging lawnmowers. Those range in the $10,000 range.
That's
yes.
all?
Yep.
What's the condition of your backhoe?
We use the
You share one, right?
secondary backhoe from DCM. DCM got a new backhoe this year, so we have on our yard their second one that we share. So with that backhoe, we're actually able to do a lot more work. It's roadworthy, so we can take it out on the road when we
I
do
think you
tree
should
work.
have your own.
We did acquire a new mini excavator
Okay.
through the capital improvement that was approved by the council earlier in the fiscal year. So we have that piece of equipment that is actually better suited for the cemetery because it gets into our lots a lot easier than a traditional backhoe would.
How's the, I think the last time you were before us a year ago, you spoke to the new technology and identification
So-
of graves and, you know, very historical place, obviously. So
Right,
how's
yeah, so
going?
that project is still ongoing. We had SciTech Engineering come out and do the final surveying work for a few of the plots in Oak Grove that weren't mapped. So they're in the final stages of completing the final drafts of those maps that will be forwarded to Legacy Mark, which is the software company, to release that software to us. So I would anticipate having that sometime in the near future.
So all going well, place is clean?
I believe so, and
Good.
we've gotten some good compliments recently.
Okay, good. I have some friends there. How's Lizzie doing?
Very good.
How's Nathaniel Borden doing?
They're quiet, which is
And
always good.
Lewis McHenry, how? Is he doing well? Okay, I yield, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor. In seat 7, Councilor Pelletier.
Thank you. Stump grinder, is that a new tool?
It's a tool we've had probably a couple years
Yeah.
before my arrival in the tree division.
Is it broken?
No, it's operable.
Do you ever use it?
Yes, we do.
People call, or you go out on stumps, or you just wait?
Usually when we take down a tree, we try to get back to the stump as soon as possible. With the limited human resources, if you will, with the limited staffing, we try to address things on a safety priority. So a lot of times that is taking down full trees because they pose the greater safety risk. And then when we tackle that priority list, then we go back out and do stump grinding as we can.
All right, well, throughout the city of Fall River, many stumps all over the place. I didn't know you had a machine.
We do, yes.
And, you know, a tree this big, how long does it take to grind it? Is it a long time?
If the tree was freshly cut, it takes quite a while because it's a hardened wood. And, I mean, the stump grinder only takes like a half an inch at a time. And it sways back and forth along the stump. So depending on the size, it could take a couple of hours to a day to do a stump.
All right, keep it in mind, you got some spare time, you can hit the city. There's
Absolutely.
plenty of stumps out there.
Yes.
Nobody's complaining, yet.
I mean, we have
Maybe
some
after
calls
this
that
meeting, they will
we're
be.
addressing, and we're looking at,
He's
we're
got the
looking at doing
complaint.
some
I
work in
yield
the
to
parks too.
my colleague here.
Thank you very much. Next person to sign up to speak would be Counselor in seat 5, Council Vice President LeBeau.
Thank you. You had said something about the salaries. Are those all because of union negotiations, all of the increases?
Yeah, they're all the 1.5% increase in this fiscal year.
And it looks like you filled all of your vacancies. Is this still accurate? I know this was printed.
Yes, all positions are filled.
Okay, and you've had some turnover as well.
Yeah, some minor turnover. Some people pursued new positions within the city, and we've since filled them with either other departments or external hires.
Okay. But everybody is working. There's nobody out on workman's comp. I know sometimes that
There is
happens.
one person out.
One person out?
Yep.
How long has that person been out? You don't have to say who it is, but
They've been out since April.
is there a date for them to come back?
Not yet.
Do you have everything you need for your department?
Yes, we were actually able to acquire a lot of equipment with the support of the council and the administration, replaced a number of our aging mowers, new dump trucks and pickup trucks, so we're in really good shape with our equipment at this point.
Okay. And I just want to ask you a question while you're here. Under trees, we have just 2 employees, one being a forester, but that's vacant.
Correct.
Is that being filled?
Yes, we've posted, that's been posted for quite a while. We just actually finished a round of new interviews, trying to find someone with both the experience and the licensing requirements for that position. It requires a hoisting engineer's license to utilize the bucket truck, as well as a backhoe license. So we're in the process of doing that. It should be filled, I would hope, at the beginning of this upcoming fiscal year,
And how long has it been vacant?
just over a year.
So who's doing that in the meantime, those duties?
In the meantime, it's been pulling staff from the cemetery to go out and do tree work.
And they have the appropriate licenses to do all of that?
They have the appropriate training and background to do ground level work, so anything with the specialty training has been left to the supervisor of the tree division. So he doesn't have an assistant that can go up in the bucket truck or utilize the backhoe, but they can clean up down limbs and things like that with the wood chipper.
Okay. Thank you, I yield.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 1, Counselor Kadim.
Thank you. Mr. President, we doing trees as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Just in terms of the cemeteries, what do we have, Mr. Hadi, for perpetual care? You might know better than.
I don't know if Ms. Ahadi has the exact numbers, but it's, the last time I looked for the park board, it was north of $1 million for Oak Grove.
For perpetual care?
Correct.
Can we take equipment out of perpetual care? Given that it's going to be used for,
Yeah, I think we can.
so can we do, and I know Mr. Morano was talking about either a leaf blower or a lawn mower, can we actually just take one out of the operating budget, whichever one works, and then get another one out of the perpetual care account to make sure those needs are met?
I would say, Counselor, that we have had conversations, the park board obviously has to authorize that. There has been an ongoing reluctance to utilize the perpetual care account. To your point, as Mrs.
That's the
Sahadi has.
intent I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but that's the intent of the perpetual care. Is
I
the
understand that, Counsel,
perpetual
believe me.
maintenance of the-
We did get them to agree to utilize the funding when we put the legacy software in place, because we
Yeah.
had to digitize everything, and they did support that. But as far as ongoing maintenance, as much as it is allowed, you're correct, there seems to have been a hesitancy to utilize perpetual care for that purpose. So we can certainly ask the question, but as I said, we haven't gotten a sense from them that they would be inclined to utilize those funds for that kind of ongoing maintenance type expenditure, as much as it is allowed.
Is there any other accounts besides the perpetual care in terms of?
They have
revenue
the
sources?
sale of lots account.
Sale of lots, right, so that's, what are you using that for, to cover? Is that simply just to get the sites ready for burial?
The
or-
park board actually just authorized an expenditure from perpetual care to accommodate the installation of a columbarium garden. So it's the purchase of 3 columbarium units that we can inter ashes above ground in a spot that we can't utilize traditional in-ground interments. So it was a $50,000 expense that they authorized from Perpetual Care that will help extend the active life of Oak Grove Cemetery.
So of the perpetual care of $1 million, what are we getting on interest a year?
I would have to check with the city treasurer for the specifics. I can probably get that answer for you for tomorrow. I don't want to give you a quote.
I wouldn't want to touch
We use it as
the-
part of the combined investment account that we have with the brokerage company.
I think we should try to see if the park board would be amenable to using some of the interest a year for capital. I mean, there's not a whole lot of capital there, right? So, I mean, even if you got capital replacement every, 2, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever the case may be. But I think if there's equipment that's needed, and listen, at the end of the day, if not looking to spend the entire $1 million, but if it goes, that account goes dry, the city's going to pick up the tab anyhow to make sure that the cemetery is being maintained. So, again, I think when we start talking about not just the revenues and the taxes that come in with it, it's really kind of leveraging our monies to make sure that, we're not just hitting up the taxpayers all the time. So that's.
So, Council, I just wanted to touch on that, if you don't mind. So, with the approval of the council and the administration and the capital expense account that was approved a couple of years ago, we have gone through all of the departments within DCM and provided them with the equipment that they initially asked for and requested. The remaining funds that are in that account, it's my intent to start to begin to upgrade our aging snow fleet. But there are enough funds left in that account to address the leaf sucker that Chris speaks of. So that's, I would say, would be an easier avenue and an immediate avenue that we could address that need and any other small purchases that the other departments may need. I know where you're coming from with the perpetual care. Again, that needs to be approved through the board, and that might be some dialogue back and forth that would take some time. But in the immediate, there are funds available for us to address that concern for Mr. Pirano, and the $14,000 in the budget can be used for other various supplies that he will need throughout the year, perhaps some chainsaw upgrades, whereas the capital expense account is more so for those bigger purchases. He can use those funds there to upgrade some of the aging chainsaws, lawnmowers, and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So just so you know that is there, and we do have that ability.
Yeah. And my only, I guess my final point on this whole expense thing, when we go back and start looking at the budgets for both parks and cemeteries, it's, woefully under budgeted, right? So it's one of those things that we continuously neglect because it's one of the, when we start looking at some of the challenges that we have in all the capital items, you talk about DPW, you talk about police, fire, and they take up a significant portion of the investments that we have and the monies that are available. So I think at this juncture, it's time to start taking care of the smaller departments, making sure that they've got the equipment that they need to maintain them. And quite frankly, I mean, it's, there's nothing more depressing than when you go visit your loved one and the place is a mess. Not suggesting that that's the case, but, we don't want to see that either, right? We want to make sure that we have the equipment to maintain that. So in terms of the lawnmower, is it a commercial riding lawnmower or?
Yeah,
I know
commercial
you have
riding lawnmower. Like I said earlier, we did
and
purchase.
that would fit between the graves and?
It doesn't fit between the small pathways.
Yep.
But it does, it's a 54-inch deck
Okay.
lawnmower that cuts a majority of the cemetery. The smaller work does have to be done either by a push mower or a smaller riding mower that
Yep.
we purchased. But like I said earlier, we did get 2 brand-new lawnmowers this year. We have 2 that are probably entering their 3rd or 4th season, and then another 2 that are significantly older. So it's not necessarily a pressing matter where we have, if we had to choose between either the debris loader or the lawnmower, we could do it and look to, if this tool line item is maintained in future budgets, then we can continue to replace them over a year and make sure we're not in a situation where, we need to go to bond or go to perpetual care and ask for money to purchase 6 brand-new lawnmowers at once.
Okay. I appreciate that. Just moving on to salaries, I know you talked a little bit about it, but the Park Cemetery foreman, union position, is that?
That's correct.
So was that an adjustment in the contract? Is that why there's
Yes, so
a significant
in the
increase between last year's budget and this year? Is that,
in the new AFSCME contract,
because I know they had gotten like 9% or
parks,
something.
cemeteries, and I believe laborers in the buildings department also received an adjustment on their base rate. So you'll see that with the MEO laborer twos, the working foreman, as well as the foreman. They had an adjustment in their base rate, as well as the 1.5% increase in the future years of the contract.
Okay. Just moving on to the trees. Is that position supervisor? That's not a union position, is it?
It is. Both of those
Oh, it is.
positions are union.
Okay. And then, so that same scenario applies here for the increases?
The increase to the tree supervisor is predominantly a change in the number of hours they work. Originally, the supervisor of trees was a 35-hour position. It was increased to a 40-hour-a-week position.
So you just adjusted it from the hourly rate?
The hourly rate stayed
Okay.
the same, with the exception of the COLA adjustments.
Yep. And then I had the same question with regards to other purchase services. We've got $25,000 in there for outside tree contracting. So how many trees do we typically take down a year?
I'd have to get that number for you, but
I'm just curious. I mean, you don't need to give me the most accurate, but like a rough, are we talking about 10, 20,
I know
100?
this year we responded to about 180 tree calls, whether it be tree trimming, stump grinding, or full tree takedowns.
Mm-hmm. So, and how many do you have on list? I mean, your list must be astronomical.
Right now, my list is at about 35 service calls.
That's it?
For now. But they
I would
roll
have
in.
thought it would have been higher than
I mean,
that.
today we got 4 calls alone, so probably by tomorrow it'll be a little higher.
So I guess to ask you a question, if money wasn't an issue, how much would you budget for the removal of trees, just to get caught up and take care of all the trees that are concerns within the city and potentially public safety hazards, and that are, again, and I want to specify this, that are on our property, that belong to us. I know we get a lot of calls for trees
Right.
that are on
I
private
mean,
property.
If you were to look at street trees, parks, trees in both of the larger cemeteries, it wouldn't hurt to have double the money.
So, Mr. President, just to you, I mean, and to the colleagues can consider, I know we're going to try to reduce the DPW because we've got the electrical position that was counted twice, so the 54,000, then you got the 30,000 for the safety officer.
The 84,000?
I'd make a motion that we don't reduce it as long as the administration agrees to kick that over to the cemeteries, specifically to at least hire outside contractor to come in and start handling some of our trees, and we start addressing them. I mean, this has been a long time coming anyways. Even if we can get 1 year at 80,000 to get some of these trees taken care of, I think it'd make a significant impact and kind of reduce the amount of calls that we have, so. And I'll make that, as long as the administration is good with that, I'll make that motion later on. I guess I'll make it now.
Motion. Hold on 1 second.
No, Counselor, I think that's certainly a good use of the funds and
Yeah.
a reasonable request. We'd have to request a transfer, but that's certainly something we could entertain if the funds remained in the budget.
Oh, so we can, I mean.
Well, I think you wouldn't need a transfer because it's.
Well,
Well,
they're
you
two
can't-
different
Oh,
departments.
Yeah.
We split the departments,
Right,
that's right.
and you
okay.
can't increase.
I mean, we could, we
So
could.
we can do that if you're okay with that. We can make the transfer when we're voting on the budget.
Pardon me?
We can make that, right, because we can't lower a budget,
We can reduce, reject, or
You can
approve.
reduce but not increase.
so you could come, okay,
So
you
we
could
would
come
have to
back.
change.
Transfer.
So I mean, if you want to make a motion for the council to go on record to send a.
Yeah.
So
That's fine.
before we take the vote, if we can, yeah.
That's
So I
it.
make that motion.
Motion made by Councilor Kadim to send a letter to the administration urging them to take the 84,786 from facility salaries and move it over to
Trees,
trees expenses.
expenses, yes.
Was it the intent to move the full 84,000?
Yeah, I'm
Or
sorry, what did
just-
you say?
I have 80, I wrote down 84,786. Is that correct, Madam?
Yeah, I'm just
Yes.
curious about the intent. Was
Yeah,
it
the
to move
84.
all of it to trees?
Yeah, 84,000, yeah.
Has been made to send a letter to the administration urging them to come down with an order or a transfer to the city council to make that transfer. It's been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Kilby. Discussion on that motion. Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilor in seat 1, you have the floor.
I yield.
You good? Councilor in seat 6, Councilor Long?
Yeah, just a couple of questions, and again, it goes to the trees, and I think you know what's coming. But when I look through it, we got 28 people receiving tree stipends, and yet we have all the tree issues. So it just, and then just recently, I showed you this picture earlier. This is Niagara Street, brand spanking new street, a new sidewalk that they put new cement and go around a stump. When we're doing these, prior to doing this, do we go through the street? If we're doing the streets and sidewalks, do we go down the street and identify stumps that should be removed prior to putting the cement in? Because that makes no sense to me. And they didn't even take out by square, they just made like a little around it. Who supervises this? This doesn't make any sense to me.
So that project on Niagara Street was done through the engineering department, and after you brought up your concern, I had a brief conversation with the city engineer. We are going to address the issue there and find out where the disconnect was between, surveying the street and seeing what needs to happen to make sure that it's done correctly and why that situation took place. But we are going to contact the contractor and make sure that he rectifies the
Yeah,
situation.
because
that you're showing
before they lay the cement, doesn't somebody have to go by and say, okay, put the cement down?
Well, it should work that way. I'm not sure, again, where the disconnect was, and this is the first I'm learning of this. Unfortunately,
Well, I only heard
hadn't.
about this today, so I'm not trying to.
Yeah, so, and it's the first that either myself or the city engineer has seen it with streetscapes and all the other many projects, the CDA sidewalks and the other things that we have going on. I'm sure he didn't get out there on foot and inspect that himself as well. But we will find out where.
I'm just concerned with all the projects, this is where we gotta be
Yeah,
very, very careful.
that's an oddball situation there, Counselor. Honestly, that's the first time I've seen a
I mean,
contractor
you
that
would
we
think a guy
hire.
with a cement truck saying, why are we
Yeah.
gonna put a cement down
Yeah.
when you got a stump? That
No,
makes no sense.
I'll be honest with you, that's the first time I've ever seen a project like that done through an outside contractor that was done that
Well, and
way.
I'm just saying, the outside contractor would have taken out the squares around it and said, maybe we'll pour it later, but I'm not gonna do that. That doesn't make any sense to
No,
me.
should have happened that way, and I will get to the bottom of it. As far as for the tree stipends for the other cemetery employees, the $200 stipend they receive, as Mr. Pirano had mentioned earlier, they are pulled from time to time to go help, with the supervisor of trees in order to help and assist him with removing a tree.
Do we have a,
But it's not just that particular situation. Hurricane season would be our worst time, where it's not just the two individuals that are budgeted for the tree department that go out, but the cemetery mobilizes as a group, and we get out there and we shoot them out to separate locations.
and that makes a lot of sense. It just makes more sense.
Yeah,
but,
just to speak to that, why they receive that stipend.
Yeah, and I want to say the council in C1 moving that 85,000 out, I think it makes sense. Do we have an inventory of situations like this in the city where there are stumps that need to be taken out?
Yeah, whenever we take down a tree, we log stumps that have to be removed, and we also we use the Q alert system that the city invested money in to log any tree calls. So we place all of those in there to make sure that we're staying on top of the removals.
Yeah, when you say there's 30 service calls, there's got to be more than 30 service calls for this stuff.
I mean, that stump wasn't called in. That's on Niagara Street. The tree was actually taken down by National Grid because of some interference with their transmission lines on that street. Typically, the concrete crew at DCM is in constant contact with us. They often they come down with their projects that they're doing, let us know that there's kind of a diseased tree that needs to be looked at. We bring that to the attention of the park board if it needs to be done, and they hold off on pouring cement panels if there's stumps in the way. So I'm not sure, like Mr. Perry said, I'm not sure why that occurred, but we're in constant contact with the concrete crews that are doing that on a daily basis.
I think it's important also to stress, Councilor, what Mr. Pirano has on his list are actual requests that have been called in on the Q alert system. People call, but if we're going to get proactive, and I think this additional revenue is going to be very helpful to them. They can actually get out and be more proactive in terms of finding the stumps. I think, unfortunately, and there are probably many that people have just grown accustomed to seeing and accepted as reality, but they do need to get addressed. So with the additional funds, we'll start getting more proactive.
And another question is under the parks. I had somebody call me about some equipment that was purchased for parks, but it's not available. It was street hockey nets, I believe. I think up at, forget which park. Travassos Park. Are there street hockey nets available at Travassos Park?
Ms. Smith, when she comes down, will be able to elaborate a little further, but there were some issues with the original decking at that park that needed to be addressed. As far as the nets themselves, I'm not sure if it's a product of us not putting the nets up and allowing people to use that due to the faulty decking, where we could be liable if somebody was to trip or whatnot. But again, when Parks has their opportunity to come down, I think that would be the time we can really get.
Well, from what I understand, they're still using them. They bring their own. So I'm just saying, whatever. All right, that's. But getting more to a more significant issue that is concerned to me for a while. Is the solid waste. Where's that going as far as cost for us to getting rid of our solid waste right now?
So are we switching from trees and cemeteries?
Okay, I don't know.
I
I'm
just
into
want to make
this
sure we
community
follow.
maintenance. I don't know when
I'm
you
not
wanna
sure if
talk.
anybody
Yeah,
else
let's
has any
just,
questions.
let's just
For
stay with
trees.
cemeteries and trees, and then when
Okay.
Parks comes down,
All right.
we'll have the Park Department
I'll
come down.
withhold my question.
I'll be
Okay.
here
I,
all
uh,
night, Council.
Thank you. You're the last, if there's only another council who wants to speak about this,
I yield on trees.
thank you. Councilman C2, Councilor Kamara.
Thank you, President. I mean, I was gonna go down to Perpetual Care Road, but my council C1 took care of that. Just National Grid, who's the contract? Was it a local contractor that they subbed out to do this work, or?
I
was it
know,
not a local contractor?
I believe National Grid uses Lewis Tree for a lot of their work if they don't do it internally.
Are they gonna go back and stump grind, with a stump grinder and take care of it?
That I'm not sure of.
Again, Counselor, not sure exactly how that originated, how that ended up that way. I mean, and if you look at the tree, it's pretty fresh, so it is a
I've never seen it before
possibility that the
myself.
contractor maybe formed and poured around the tree while it was still alive, and then the National Grid folks came in, chopped it down after the fact. Still, you know, to Counselor Long's point, that's not necessarily the way you want to see the concrete poured around a tree.
Yeah.
So whether the tree was existing when they poured the concrete or not, it's still not work we'd like to see happen. But there's a very good chance that that tree may have been there and alive and healthy, and then National Grid came after the fact, after the sidewalks were
I think that
poured.
makes
So.
the most sense.
But we need to really figure it out before I pass judgment on anybody's as far as
Yeah,
fault.
no, I think that makes sense. Probably did happen.
Yeah.
Just to add to that really quickly, that tree had to go in front of the park board because it was a healthy tree before it was removed. The issue National Grid had with that tree is the canopy was thin and narrow and entwined in their transmission lines, and any trimming would have just killed the tree, so it did have to be removed.
Getting back to the dead trees in the cemetery, are there still an awful lot there, or do you make a lot of progress?
We've made some significant progress in the cemetery. There are some in North Burial Ground that we'd like to get down, but there's also some work that we'd like to do for the Parks Department as well, in conjunction with Ms. Smith and her staff, to clean up the other parks. I know there's been some talk internally about taking down some the diseased and deceased pines in Ruggles Park after they invested the money in the pathways there.
I mean, whatever's dead out there should be taken care of right away, because that's just gonna come down, if someone's in the park walking under a tree and there's dead limbs, and they can get hurt. So I
Right,
think
that's
should
the
be put on.
priority.
Correct.
There are a number out there, and
Yeah, we should try to get on those first of all before something happens, because that's usually what does happen.
absolutely.
Well, most of my questions have been answered. Just keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That I hear, Mr. President?
Thank-
Mr. President? I have
Sure,
one
Councilor
line of
C4.
questioning. When you take down a tree, do you replace?
The Street Tree Planting Committee is the ones that look to do replacements. I know when we take down trees on the street, in particular, they're tough to replace in that location because of the existing root system. From my understanding and talking to our consultant, They do have some trouble planting in places that.
Same spot. but,
Right.
Thinking of Miss Wardell.
Yeah.
So,
So the Fall River Street Tree Planting Program does an excellent job each year identifying locations to plant trees. I think one for one, if a resident requests a tree be taken down for some specific reason, we had one recently where the resident wanted the tree taken down. It was in front of their house. Limbs were falling in their driveway, sometimes hitting their car. It was a healthy tree, but it was done through the board with the understanding that that resident would pay to have another tree planted somewhere else, whether it be near their property or in a different part of the city. So those situations, we do a one-for-one. Situations where we have to take down a tree because it's a danger or, because we see that it's diseased, we don't always have the ability to plant a one-for-one. The tree farm has been used quite extensively throughout the years. In our most recent meeting with the tree planting folks, we were looking and exploring actually purchasing some new trees to replenish the tree farm and get some more trees in there so that we'll have the availability of those trees to plant when we need to. Their time is limited, so we've done our last plantings for the spring. The weather now starts to turn up and gets a little hot. It's not conducive for trees to survive, so we wait until the fall, and then we'll start another round of tree plantings at that point. So.
good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Anything further for cemeteries and trees? Constituency 3, Councilor Kamara.
Yeah, just follow up on the question concerning the status of dead trees in the cemetery. Both cemeteries, both North Burial Ground as well as Oak Grove Cemetery. Several years ago, it was extensive, the number of dead trees, I think well over 100, maybe even significantly more than 100. So how far along are we at addressing the removal of dead trees, both at Oak Grove and at North Burial?
If the number was well over 100, the last time you had an update, we are well on our way to eradicating the problem. In Oak Grove Cemetery, I'd say in North Burial Ground, it's probably a half a dozen or so trees that need to come down, and maybe a dozen to 2 dozen left in Oak Grove. That should come down, but some significant progress has been made in removing those trees.
Okay, so we're moving in the right direction and should, particularly with this extra money, should be able to address that. I assume that this money would be used for both in cemetery trees as well as street trees? Is that how you would say it?
Yeah, I would say so. We'd probably allocate a lot of the funding to addressing street trees because they're a little more difficult to work with. In the cemetery, it's relatively easy to remove the tree because we're not dealing with traffic or pedestrians, so those can probably be handled internally by reducing the workload out on the street.
Now, on that Niagara Street stump that is now becoming famous, I understand that at any time, if there's a healthy tree that's being removed, then there needs to be publication of that and a posting and a hearing. And I did hear you say that the park department did have a hearing on this removal of this tree?
The process is the resident or the contractor who is requesting the removal writes a letter to the park board, and the park board takes it up at one of their meetings to address the removal.
So that was National Grid then that requested the
Yes,
removal
National
of this
Grid
tree?
sent us a letter asking for permission to remove the tree.
And then wouldn't that automatically trigger the process of evaluating what's being done on Niagara? I don't understand also on how, and I think Mr. Perry has clearly pointed out that this needs to be looked at and researched more fully, but it seems like if there's a hearing and there's a removal of a tree, that would then trigger, and I know you attend park board meetings generally, wouldn't that automatically trigger that if there's going to be sidewalk construction done, that the whole issue of that removal be absolute and total?
With that tree in particular, it was because of the overhead transmission line, so I don't think there was any indication from National Grid they were going to do something with the sidewalks. I don't know I don't know.
Yeah, so normally, you're right, Counselor. So if a regular resident puts in a request to the park board to have a tree removed, normally we'll go out, either the tree department or our arborist through Davies Tree. We will ask them to assess the tree, so that way at that next meeting, we'll have an assessment, pictures of the tree for the park board to review, reason why it wants to come down, and there can be that discussion. With National Grid, I believe it might be a little more along the lines of, look, this isn't our power lines, it's a danger, it needs to come down. I don't want to use the word, the term rubber stamp, but if National Grid is concerned about power lines and a tree that's running through them, and I don't speak for the park board at all and wouldn't presume to, I would think they would accept National Grid's opinion. But again, I can't speak for them, and that is another factor in this whole situation that we'll have to look into.
Okay.
So
I'm
I'm sure it was
willing to
just a
wait to hear.
safety concern that they were also concerned
Sure.
about.
Does the park, or does the cemetery have responsibility for the east side of Oak Grove Avenue?
If I may interject for a moment, I'd love to have this healthy conversation, but I'd like to bring this back to the financial components of the municipal 2020 budget. So if we could please keep our questions directed towards budget, not policy, and dead trees and not dead trees right now, I think that'd be beneficial to us. We have quite a bit of.
I'm going beyond the dead trees. The land that's on the east side of Oak Grove Avenue, recently there was a culvert that was put there. Is that under the jurisdiction of your department? That area that's
Where
now
they-
been landscaped?
Where they put the culvert, no. We do have a yard, if you will, on Bullock Street that is ours.
So you don't have directly across the street from the cemetery where a fence was recently put, a black chain link?
My
very high
understanding
fence?
is that's Water Department.
That's Water Department, okay. Okay, very good. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Cemeteries and trees. Hearing none. Parks. Park Department. Ms. Smith would be page 199 in the budget. 199. After this, we are going to go to traffic and parking, which is on page 232. Welcome. If you could just give a brief overview in your department, indicate to the council if there's anything that you feel is important, anything new, and any changes that you need to see, and if you're satisfied with your budget presented.
Basically, the changes that have taken place in this budget as well through the union increases in salaries for the labor force. Pretty much the rest remains the same as far as expenses and manpower.
Questions? Councilor in seat 6, you had some questions with respect to parks. I'll recognize you first.
No, I was just wondering about the equipment at hockey nets.
The Travassos Park. The street hockey nets, we did have street hockey nets there. As Mr. Perry stated, there have been some issues from day one with that street hockey floor. I am in the process of contacting the YMCA because they're the only area people I know with a street hockey floor that are similar to that, because that project was done by the state and it was never done where the street hockey floor was acceptable for play. It wasn't a project I oversaw, so at this point I inherit it and I need to find a way to fix it. So the only there was quotes that I think Mr. Gallagher had gotten at, which was a $7,000 repair to the floor, but it never moved forward, so.
So what I don't understand, because I understand that the floor is still being used.
Microphone, please.
They're probably using it, but the floor has an issue where it doesn't reach the edge of the boarding,
Okay.
the surrounding board, and never did. So it's been a safety issue. I consider it a safety issue.
So by
Point of
removing,
clarification.
Councilor in seat 2, you pointed
How
clarification.
far away is it? Inches, a foot? What is it, 6 inches, 3 inches?
I'd say good 3 inches.
Thank you.
Councilor in seat 6.
And on
But
the
I-
other side of the wall, it tucks up. So I don't know whether the wall shifted when they
No, but
did the
I
construction.
understand. But what I don't understand is, if it's a safety issue, why isn't it fenced off and not allowed to be used? Just removing the nets does not remove the liability.
We have locked it off, but a lock.
You have what?
We have locked it off, the gates, because you can lock those, but it doesn't make a difference. As a matter of fact, we just recently unlocked Britland Park. The Park Board voted to recently unlock Britland Park because it was becoming an issue with individuals jumping the fence, and they felt it should be open to the taxpayers when individuals' leagues are not using it.
No, no, I'll yield.
Thank you. Councilor in seat 1, Councilor Kadim.
Just to stay along the lines for the Travaso Park, so what's the fix to it? Well, costs associated with it?
When Mr. Gallagher looked into that, because that was under his building facilities, he came back with a price of $7,000. My understanding, he was going to negotiate with the individual he got that price from, but I have not heard what the result was. That was a few months back.
I mean, that seems like short money to get that fixed for the amount of money that was invested in that park, so I guess I would urge everybody to go ahead and do it before we have a liability and people start hurting themselves. I mean, get a lawsuit, $7,000 seems a lot cheaper than what we potentially be dealing with, so. So I did have a question with the salaries, but you said the salaries were all just due to the collective bargaining agreements.
Yes.
How many parks do we have?
29.
29. So,
Plus, they maintain the veterans monuments, all the greens memorials, and the median strips.
so I wasn't sure how many we had, and I seen the number. You had 24 referenced for buildings and grounds maintenance
The 20 is.
for the whole lump sum of $35,000 for the 24 ball fields. So I made the same statement last year, right? So when you look at the amount of the expenses that we have, $424,800, $224,000 of that is just for CSO charges going to the water and sewer department, right? So, I mean, that's.
I kind of did a little, I happened to find the 1991 budget in which my expenses were $209,138 in 1991. If we look at 2018, 2019, and 2020, when you subtract the CSO fee, 2018 ends up with 2009. So between 1991 and 2018, I have the exact same expenses.
Yeah.
And in 2019, it went to 189, and 2020, it's at 200.
So, and when we just taking and I appreciate that, I think that's good to know, but just looking at the FY20 budget, so if and I seen the 24, so it's obviously going to be a lot less per park, but even if you would keep the CSO charge in there, we're essentially allocating $8,300 per park. I'm sorry, $17,000 per park. If you eliminate the CSO charge, which you should, because that's obviously a charge that's going directly to the water and sewer department, not being utilized for the improvements of the park or the maintenance of the parks, it comes down to $8,366 per park. And, you know, I said we needed to address it last year. I think we just need to have a conversation that this is just not sustainable for what we're anticipating. And there is a ton of money that's going into and the investments that we're putting into these parks. And, you know, you drive by the Highland Park and, you know, and I understand we've had a lot of rain and, you know, the weeds are growing, right? It's starting to look not like a new park anymore, right? And that we still have a lot of people utilizing that park in terms of the basketball courts and stuff like that. But the actual park where you walk around, it's unfortunate, right? And you know, I think we should all take pride in the facilities that we have. You come up, you know, President Ave, you see the park that was just done next to Morton, looks beautiful. Then you go to Highland, and it just kind of, you know, and there was some good money that was spent into that. And then we start talking about Kennedy Park, we start talking about Maplewood Park and the Pulaski Parks and all these other parks, the Chew Parks. So we're starting to see some investments, and I give kudos to the the administration and utilizing CDA for some of the walkways in the parks, right? So we're getting there. But again, I think what we do is we just throw good money after bad, because we're not really addressing the actual needs of our parks, and we're not creating a budget that, for a lack of a better word, is number one, really sustainable for what's needed in terms of the capital and maintenance of that. I think we need to do more, and I think the Parks Department has to have a little bit more priority in terms of the budgeting associated with it. So I'm just trying to figure out how do we accomplish that? How does the city council support the administration to try to get more money into at least the expenses to make sure that, number one, they have the capital, we're doing what we need to do to maintain these properties. I mean, we should be setting the trends, and I've said this before, and when we go down to the gates of the city, right, we should be making sure that we've got everything that we need at the gates of the city, because when you go to other communities and they're hosting festivals, we always say to ourselves, why can't we do that in Florida, right? So we've got to go to a neighboring community to appreciate what they have, and we could be doing the same thing. It's just, I know it takes money, and I just want to start seeing that coming into some of our parks. So I'd just like to know how can we start doing that as a city council to support you folks on that?
Council, we did some time ago do a plan regarding the parks, right? We had a park improvement. I remember Mr. Pacheco actually talking about that.
Yep, there is a book with a park improvement plan, but without
Right.
money, none of those park improvements are going to be able to take place.
But I think to that point, that's the issue. So there is a plan.
Yeah.
We can start to look at that plan and perhaps consider some sort of capital approach to that, to figure out how we might want to address that.
So if we can do that, and if we can work, maybe we could have the park board come before, have a joint meeting with the park board, just really kind of discuss the strategies for the parks and look at that master plan in terms of.
Certainly, I mean, we made the investment into developing the master
Yep.
plan, so I think certainly we can take a look at, what we might do to start getting more aggressive at addressing. As you know, we rely on the park grants and other sources of funding, CDA, but I think if there's the will of the council, we may want to take a look at how we might start to look at that master plan
Right,
and
can
begin more.
we take just a real hard look at the staffing levels, the FTEs? I know we got 16, but when we start talking about the islands and things like that, I mean, you got 29 parks. That doesn't include all the islands, right, that we have. So I mean, it's when you've got the grass growing, I can't imagine that you can keep up with any of it. So can we really just do an analysis on what we think it would really cost us to have a staffing level that is adequate? I mean, I'm not looking for, the gold standard, but something to give us a little bit more room to breathe in terms of trying not to play catch up every week and really working at these parks and maintaining the parks.
Sure, again, just so that the council knows, I did do an analysis of that, and at one point, we had 24 park workers, we now have 12, and 3 are, one is out on extended sick, one is out on workers' comp, and one is has been out for the last 2 months as well. So we're looking at, we used to have 24 individuals maintaining what now, I mean, we've added parks, we've added features that require a lot more attention and a lot more maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
So without the manpower as well, the money and the manpower have to go hand in hand, and I agree that unfortunately, we do fall down the chain of where the money can be allocated, but any additional funding and personnel would be greatly appreciated.
And I think the other piece to it too is we're lucky enough that some of the leagues that are utilizing these parks are really kind of investing and reinvesting into our parks with their own monies. Maplewood Park is probably one of the most prime examples. I mean, the Little League field there and the Babe Ruth, the Baseball League, is just doing a phenomenal job. And I know it's a partnership, it's a joint venture, but if you start to think about the amount of money that they're investing in the parks, and if we had lost that, what the parks would really start to look like. So I just want to make sure that we kind of focus in on the FTEs, figure out what we need to do with the master plan, and come up with a funding mechanism, both for the capital items, equipments that you need, and then just from a operational yearly budget approach. With that, I yield.
Council, if I could just address something, I I just want to clarify, you had asked a question about the salary line. Within the $20,000 line item, other personal services, we had included $2,500. As you know, we went before the ordinance committee to request that a stipend be paid for the clerk to the park board, additional responsibilities in, so that $2,500 is in that line item.
Thank
In
you.
addition to the others that are contractually negotiated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor in C5, Counsel Vice President LeBeau.
Could you repeat that one more time, Mrs. Viveras?
Yeah, we actually went before the ordinance committee. We had,
I remember that, but I don't, where is it?
it's in the $20,000 line, the other personnel services. It went in generically because it hadn't been approved, and we didn't want to presume that it would be approved, but
I see,
as we
okay.
did with a number of,
It's just a placeholder?
yes, exactly, yeah, but just to disclose that it is in that line.
Along with
The
stipends?
contractual, the union contract.
So
amounts.
you had started, Counselor in seat one had asked one of the questions, or you had answered it. You have one out on extended sick, one on workman's comp, and you said one has been out for the last 2 months?
Yes.
So you have, how many workers?
Presently,
Yes.
I have one working foreman, one mechanic, and 12 laborers.
Okay, and out of those 12 laborers, the
Three
three are out?
missing.
So we have 9 laborers. And when did you have, what was the higher number you gave? How many workers did you have prior?
In the 90s,
Mhm.
like 24. Now, I believe 6 of those may have been seasonal as well. So that would, even if we hired as seasonal help, that helps us a great deal.
Now, I remember that seasonal had gone to ordinance committee, and I can't remember what the outcome of it was, but there was discussion of seasonal workers in ordinance.
They were in the police department for the benefit of the, actually, the harbor master had the deckhands, the Block Island Ferry, and it was determined that they needed to be on payroll as opposed to 1099.
But I know
And
we've
so
had a
that was season,
conversation about
you
seasonal.
created the seasonal position.
But I know we've had conversations about seasonal employees for the Parks Department.
Yes. We'd have to just check, Counsel. I don't recall if it was a generic classification that could be used. I believe it was. I believe that was the intent, that we would be able to use it in other departments, but I'd have to confirm that for you.
Because I know we've had this conversation before, where if we have a lot of rain, all of a sudden, you can't get out to mow because it's raining, and the parks are overgrown and they look awful, and then trying to keep up with that when it does stop raining, and we start getting the calls, I know you get the calls, that they look awful. I mean, that's a function of weather and manpower, but if we don't have the manpower, if we had seasonal help, I feel like there was an issue with seasonal help for the parks.
It was originally the payment for the seasonal help was going to be $16 per hour, and at the time, the park workers were making 13.
That's right.
And
That's
it
right.
wasn't going to be fair to bring someone in at $16 an hour to help with a job that someone had been in for 20 years, getting paid 13. That was the situation with,
But these adjustments, Counselor, and we'd have to take another look at that, but the adjustments, the contractual adjustments that we've included in here were to bring up the base wages for specifically the laborers and probably the foreman within the department, because we acknowledged that we had a different pay scale over in DCM, which is Teamsters Union versus, the AFSCME workers. So this recent contract that the council approved and that's been incorporated into the budget was designed to raise those base salaries to try to make them more consistent across departments. I don't know if it would alleviate that pressure point on the seasonal workers, but we can look at that.
Can we do the numbers on that?
Yeah,
And,
we can certainly do
Speaking of
that.
seasonal employees, what would your season be, or what was it in the past?
it used to be from either March 1st through, for 6 months, April, May, June, July, August, September, or we would go April 1st through October.
Okay. And you had mentioned your budget, your expense numbers from 2009?
1991 were the same.
So I'm sure everyone appreciates that from a budget standpoint. However, doesn't make sense when all we have done is increase what the park department takes care of. If we are just giving it the same budget every year, when it's budget time, what do you ask for? Do you ask for an increase in expenses? Do you ask for an increase in
Oh, I asked for
employees?
minor increases in expenses because many times, I've been around for a long time, and I know that the priorities are not, I understand that we have issues where the money needs to go. So if we just try to keep our head above water, in my budget this year, I did include a paragraph that stated, this does not include any projects, this does not include any increase in manpower. Perhaps this can be discussed once we know where everyone stands and money can be appropriated to the park department for these items, because I always say the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over again with the same result. So unfortunately, I've been in the park department a number of years, and I have not seen the increase. But it's not anyone's fault. There's not enough money to go around when you need to put police, when you need to put fire, when you need to do public works.
I understand, but we still want you to ask for what you need.
Well, I do.
Especially
I
if
have two.
I know that we had this exact same conversation last year.
We
and-
have, we have increased, we've gotten 2 additional trucks from the capital account in the that the DCM has the control of. I did purchase 2 mowers as well. So we are cyclically getting rid of the old equipment and move, but the manpower just seems to be a different situation because it does involve unions, it does involve, increases in benefits, so it's a lasting expense.
But if we went with the seasonal employees, I think it would alleviate a lot of this, because we don't want a department,
And
especially.
I did suggest that.
With all of the parks, you're up to 29 parks, monuments, memorials, medians, the rail trail. I don't know that people understand exactly what the Parks Department does all the time, and with the amount of employees, you keep adding, not you keep adding, but the city keeps adding the amount of places that you take care of, just the trash pickup alone in all of these different parks. I remember when the rail trail came on, I think it was the same time that Highland Park's contract for the landscaping that came along with the park ran out. Those 2 things hit at the same time. And we have the same amount of employees and the same amount of expenses. How can they possibly keep up? Especially when we have parks all over the city, and this is what people see. So I agree absolutely with Counselor in seat 1. I'd like us to do the numbers again for the seasonal employees, see if we can make that work. Why was the number at $16 an hour for seasonal employees? Do you remember?
I'm actually, and I'm recalling, Counselor, I think it was also being provided for the interns, maybe, that the police department was using from Diamond.
Can't we just have a
and
separate?
There was a
parks,
reason for that
seasonal
particular
employees
pay.
that's less than what their full-time employees are making?
No, I'm just suggesting, Counselor, there was a reason why that number was developed, and I'd have to go back and look at what the rationale was for that. As I said, the use at the time was predominantly within the police department, and that's why it was ultimately created. But we did do it generically, I'm fairly certain. So, I mean, it could be used by others, but that pay rate was a function of what was being requested within the police department. So we'll have to go back and look at
Even
that
if we
number.
have to do it specific to parks now, we're into another season, and
Well, what we may have to do is create a different classification. So what happened was the position was created, and it was given a salary level or an hourly rate. So if we wanted to do something different in a different department, we may actually have to create a different position, if you will, maybe seasonal park worker, and then create the rate.
Whatever.
But we
need
can
to
take a
do
look
to
at that.
Fund the seasonal employees so that they're not just keeping their heads above water. I mean, we have beautiful parks, and you have 3 people out extended, 9 workers.
In the past, the seasonal laborer's rate was based on the entry level of a seasonal laborer in the park department. So they would come in at the bottom base rate of what a regular laborer was making.
I mean, I'm just thinking, a college worker that's home, college student that's home, perfect job for a few months in the summer to be outside working. Can we run those numbers and
Yes,
let's work
Counsel.
something out so that Mrs. Smith gets the help that she needs in this department, because we're just going to continue to add to the workload, but having the same exact budget for 20, 30 years is not, it's great budget-wise, but as far as what our parks look like, it's not so good. That was all my questions. You have fully taken on the rail trail? That was a question I had, and then your...
No, we don't have the full rail trail.
You don't?
We have the rail trail from Britland Park to Quikasham Street. After Quikasham Street, it's community maintenance, DPW,
How come?
to Brayton Avenue, and then across to Meditech. That's Brayton, John's workforce as well.
Say that last part again?
From Meditech.
Yep.
That monument back, that's DPW as well. So the park department's rail trail is from Britland Park to Quikasham.
It doesn't cross over?
Doesn't cross over.
How come?
We took that on because it was part of Britland Park, and the trash just happened to be blowing into Britland Park, so we took it on just because it was happening before anyone even was designated that. And then as that came out, there were meetings that we had with Mr. Pacheco at the time, and it was going to be us to the end of Quikasham, and then DCM from that point out. I think at that point out, that was still being developed as well.
Okay. Is that eventually going to go to the parks?
I
Because
have no
it's
idea.
called a linear park, correct? The rail trail?
It is?
Yes.
It is, no, I'm saying it is called a linear park, but that was never officially all transferred.
So when that was signed over to the city from the state, when we took ownership of it, there was never a designation as to whether it was an open space park, who would maintain it. There wasn't actually a plan in place. And then once it became obvious that we needed to, we worked with Mr. Pacheco, as Ms. Smith said, and we came up with a plan where DPW would handle the majority of it. Ms. Smith's department would handle the part that is adjacent to Britland Park. Once the other extension on the opposite side of Quikasham was completed, DPW maintains that. We cut the grass coming in from the Rodman Street section. We also maintain everything from Quikasham out all the way to behind Meditech and the Westport line. And until this day, that's the way it's been. I do believe there's some debate as to whether it's an open park space that should be under park board control or not. And that's a debate I believe that still rages on, and there hasn't been any final answer. So until we get that final answer, this was the best plan that we've come up with. Obviously, it's been quite blankly stated, Ms. Smith is understaffed and she has quite a bit to deal with, so DPW picks up whatever responsibility we can with the trail to help that situation out.
Who is the debate with, between, about
That's-
those, who should take care of it?
I mean, obviously, there's been some public debate considered with the trail, the road. I believe that might have come up in that discussion, so I'm sure, Counselor, if you ask the right questions to the right people, you'll be able to come up with that answer.
I would like to see you advocate for more in your budget, under your expenses and your employees. And I would hope, I know you'll have the support of this counselor in seat one, and I would hope several of the other counselors as well. And I would hope our administration, when the department head is coming to you and sees that they haven't asked for anything else except tiny little increments, so since 1991, would say, you know, let's see how we can help this department. In the meantime, I'd like to see the numbers for the seasonal employees, so we can at least get that going. That I yield.
Thank you. Councilor in seat 7, Councilor Pelletier.
Thank you. I got a call last week, about a week and a half. And do you have money in your budget, like for a dumpster or something? No? All right. Here's the thing. They called me up, and this is the rail, Quikasham Trail. They'd like to clean it up. And a group of people. And the thing is, where do you put the stuff unless DPW can come in and give us a hand if you ain't got the money for a dumpster? And what would be the reply to the individual? Get a hold of you or whatever?
Yeah, in the past, we've worked with the people from the trail. They contact us, they would leave. We would either have workers work simultaneously with them, with our trucks, to remove the debris, or they leave it in a certain location, and on Monday, between myself and John's workers from the DCM, we would go in and pick up the debris. But they just would normally just ask for permission to conduct a cleanup. They would go to the park board, we would get a specific date, and be able to either work in conjunction with them or after the fact if they tell us when they're going to do it.
Would that constitute, Mr. Perry, overtime?
Most of the cleanups, Counselor, are on weekends. Usually it's a Saturday morning. They'll work from 8 to 12. And we'll have to put some workers on to do that. And yeah, I mean, most of the time it would constitute some overtime, certainly.
All right, so I'll come back with the information, call Nancy, and yourself too, John?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a group effort. Again, it's not technically a park, so normally in the past, the cleanups on the rail trail have been handled through DPW with Nancy's help. If there's any, Mrs. Smith, I'm sorry, if there's any work that needs to be done in the Britland Park area of the trail. I can tell you there's never been a cleanup request for the trail that hasn't been addressed or, you know, given whatever manpower and resources we can to provide for it.
All right, I guess they feel there's a need for it, and that's why they call me, that's why I'm asking you the process, and
Is
I will
this
relay the message.
the actual group that normally maintains the trail, or is this a fringe group that maybe is looking to get into it? Because usually
No,
they will do
these
contact.
people are involved in a lot of things.
Okay.
And they want to do it. I don't want to mention a name.
Yeah, if we talk after council, the only reason I ask is because the Friends of the Quequechan Rail Trail, Janice Veloso, Julie Kelly, those folks that really work hard on that trail, I'm sure would be ecstatic if there's another group that wants to help out, so we can get them in contact. It's the only reason I ask.
I will
So-
take care of it.
Okay,
Thank you.
absolutely.
I yield.
Thank you, Counselor. In C3, Counselor Kamara.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, isn't there in fact, within the next 10 days, a cleanup that's being scheduled for the river trail?
For the rail trail, yes. Janice has something scheduled coming up recently. I'm not sure of the date, Council, so I don't want to say it's within the next 10 days, but yeah, there is something coming up soon.
Well, in fact, on the 30th.
I think what you're talking about, it's a rail trail festival. I don't know that
There's
it's a
festival,
cleanup.
but there's also a posting that I read that they were seeking volunteers for a cleanup on a specific day prior to the festival.
Oh, I have not heard from
Perry?
Mr. Lima.
Have you heard it, Ed?
Yeah, so that group usually sends out quite regularly an email blast to all of the folks connected to that group, anybody that's associated with it or helps in any way, whenever they have an event or a cleanup schedule looking for volunteers. So with the festival coming up, they did put out an email, I believe maybe it might have even been Monday this week, so I'm not sure, maybe that's why it hasn't filtered to you yet, but requesting for volunteers. That wouldn't be a city function. That was something they more or less are planning to do and get done themselves through volunteer work. The only part we would have in that, because they haven't directly reached out for any tools or anything like that, they've really become self-sufficient in that area, unless it's a real big cleanup, would be the pickup of the trash. There's several designated spots that they will leave the trash, Quequechan Street near the bridge, Rodman Street at that entrance, the end of Brayton Avenue at that entrance, things of that nature. But yeah, I mean, they organize really well.
Right, so I just wanted to interject, and I know my colleague in seat 7 has left the room for a moment, but if there are volunteers out there, whether they're separate from a group or they want to become a part of a group, Julianne Kelly at Government Center is a good contact. I know you mentioned Ms. Velosa, but I believe she's a volunteer coordinator for the group.
Yeah, it might be volunteer status, but I mean, they pour their heart into it, so I can say, yeah, listen.
Yeah, I'm not undermining the volunteers.
Yeah,
It's
no,
really
absolutely.
The volunteers are the people that are getting the work done.
There
But
is-
Julianne Kelly is a paid staff person here at Government Center, and she can put volunteers in touch with other volunteers for cleanups and for various activities. So, Mr. Pelletier, Julianne Kelly is the name, and she can be reached at the Government Center, and she can get volunteers connected with groups, and also could be an ad hoc group. I know she's also involved in weekly walks through the park.
Yeah.
So there's lots of people that can be connected by contacting Miss Kelly, and she's the staff person here at Government Center, Mass in Motion.
On that note, though, Council, I just want to make sure everybody's aware. I'm not sure if you know, it might be something you want to reach out. Ms. Kelly is going to be retiring soon. But prior to her leaving, all of those avenues that you expressed that she touches, I'm sure there'll be another contact person put in place. So for now, yes, Ms. Kelly is still here, and I'm sure when she's gone, she'll still be volunteering, and she'll still be in touch, and she'll still be a great contact for it. But yeah, just so everybody's aware, she will be, and deserves the recognition for the great work she does too.
Ms. Smith, on your budget, I know you receive income from groups that use the parks. Where is that shown? What is that level of income?
The only income that we receive is from the only income that we would receive is from the Holy Ghost feast. We don't receive any income from individuals utilizing sports facilities like the high school charges. We don't charge for any of that. So we have two, it would be shown in the revenue. It would be probably roughly $4,000 that we get.
Where is that? What page is that?
It goes into the general fund.
Yes.
So it may not
Not
reflect.
gonna show.
So our money goes into the general fund. It would not go into our budget, so it would not reflect as a revenue. So it's basically just the Holy Ghost feast, their fees for the park. And occasionally we have some parking fees because there are some parking spaces that are leased at Britland Park. That agreement's been in place for a number of years now, but that is the only revenue sources that we
So
have.
when, for instance, a group like, I think it's the Friends of Animals group.
Yep.
That has an annual event down at the Pavilion in
Yep,
Kennedy Park.
the park fee of $125 always goes into the general fund.
So there is revenue that comes from that group.
Yes, any group that uses a park for a function, there is a fee of but there are I would say altogether, you don't get, I wouldn't take in more than $7,000 with the feast being probably half of that.
Okay, so to get back to the question, though.
Mhm.
So, revenue comes from the Holy Ghost Feast.
Yep.
And from a number of other groups, like the Friends of Animals group.
You're talking about the Bach in the Park people?
Bach in the Park, yeah.
Yeah.
And I know the Cambodian Festival, which is not happening anymore, and parks, so that was another source. of funding.
$125. The River Festival that Mr. Lima is having is a $125.
Okay. Okay, so I just wanted to just generate that there is some revenue that comes. Now, let me ask about relationship to the gates. Is that anything to do with?
That's building facilities.
But is that city property? Is that something?
It is city property. It is city property. When Buildings and Grounds was broke off from or separated from DCM, that particular area went with that, so it's now under Mr. Gallagher's purview.
Okay. Now, do people pay for that use, the use of that space as well? And
I
does that go
believe
into revenue?
it would be, depending on what the function is, there's some permitting processes, maybe through the building department. Mr. Hathaway may be able to answer. There might be some permits that they need to obtain in order to have those events, whether it be, they're going to put up a tent or a stage, things of that nature. But I believe it would be small.
Okay. And also, just seeking, and I agree with those who had pointed out that your department does great work with a very minimal staff, and certainly anything that can be done to generate additional support. I also want to give kudos to the administration because, frankly, in my lifetime, I've never seen so much improvement in our parks as there has been. We've been advocating for decades to get sidewalks repaired, and I think almost every park, but certainly the main parks, North Park, Kennedy Park, Pulaski Park, Maplewood Park, and others are getting significant improvements made. It's certainly nice driving up President Avenue and seeing the whole length of President Avenue now, and that was a tough job because you had tree stumps to have to deal with and everything else. So kudos to, I think, both the park department and its reduced staff. city administration and its commitment to make our parks more attractive and pleasurable and enjoyable, and also the many volunteer groups that contribute to making that happen. I know Pulaski Park and Ms. Rigo, who usually attends our meetings, and Kennedy Park and Highland Park, North Park. I think they're all private groups that are also contributing to making things work. But let me ask about the structured commitment of park advocates. That was a group that was that had come together a few years ago, and the idea was to get advocates and volunteers at each of the parks who would supplement and support the park department in its effort. How is that working in terms of providing you with support in getting parks improved? Is that not coming together very well?
No, I have not heard. I believe it was Sandy Dennis, wasn't it, who was
Yeah, she
originally
was the
started that Park Advocates program? It never really, maybe for the first year or so, might have had volunteers, but I don't think the program is up and running right now.
So I think, and I do give credit to Ms. Dennis for the many things she does, but sometimes taking on as many tasks as she takes on, some get less attention than others, and I think that's basically what happened with Park Advocates. But the concept was really good. The concept was that people that love their particular park, because everyone has a particular park they gravitate to, that if they could become committed volunteers to make that park a better place, that's another source of support. So it complements the budget.
It was like an Adopt a Park
Yeah,
program,
Adopt a
like the highways, yes.
Well, I hope that we can take a look at that and see, maybe in conjunction with Ms. Dennis, if she can't do it, is there another group or another person within government that could lead the effort to develop park advocates? So, but I give kudos to both the administration and the park department for making the parks as good as they are, because they have improved significantly over the last couple of years. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Anything further on parks regarding the budget, financial aspects? Hearing none, thank you very much. Traffic and parking, page 232 of your budget.
Good evening, President, Council, and Councilors. The Traffic Department and Parking consists of the Maintenance Department, which has 3 employees, and the Parking Department has 6 PCOs and 2 girls in the office. We recently just purchased, through Capital, a new truck for the maintenance crew, which became very helpful because it also has a compressor. And this way, if they're striping and something gets knocked down, we don't have to interrupt the striping. We can just use the second vehicle. So that's been very helpful. And the purchase of a pole driver has been very helpful for the maintenance crew. They don't have to pound it with a sledgehammer. They use the pole driver to bring the pole, further down into the ground to make it more secure. We have also obtained 2 parking garages to the Traffic Department. The parking garage on Pearl Street, which has a little over 300 parking spaces, including the open lot, and the 3rd Street garage that has about 160 spaces, not including the 2 floors that have been closed, and 110 spaces on the open lot. We also took over the crossing guards, which consists of 34 crossing guards for 13 schools that they assist with crossing students.
Counselor in seat 5, Council Vice President LeBeau.
Thank you. You just said you took over the crossing guards?
Yes, they used to be overseen by the police department by Sergeant Strong, and then we took over in the middle of the budget 2019. So the payroll part was still with the police department. With budget 2020, it has moved over to the traffic department.
Okay. And those employees are listed, where are those employees listed, the crossing guards?
Counselor, they're not specifically listed. That's one of the departments where just the total payroll has historically been listed within the budget. So On page 232, you'll see the $183,000, and that is for the cost of all of the crossing guards. But their names are not individually
Okay,
listed
was
within
budgeted
the
in police
budget.
salaries last year, so that is fully
Correct.
in here now. Okay. Okay. And while we're on that page, that increase, that's also an ordinance. We had asked if it would come down attached to the parking garages. But that hasn't happened yet?
Yes, Counselor. I was able to do a little bit of research, and quite honestly, not a lot of cities and towns have garages that are around ours, in the close proximity. But I do have the ordinance from the city of New Bedford, and I can share that with the counselors as to what the salary range is for their I think it's called a superintendent of parking. And that particular individual also takes care of approximately the same type of individual. So the PCOs, the little bit of maintenance and 2 garages, so it's pretty similar. So we can utilize that at the
Is
next
that what you have
ordinance
with you?
meeting. I do.
Can you just give me an amount?
Yes, the low end of the range for the traffic individual is $71,220, and the step 8, there's 8 steps in New Bedford, is $89,032. And in this particular case, Mrs. Ferreira is very much at the low end. She's at $71,850.
And that doesn't have that 2,500, it's just a placeholder, correct?
That's correct.
On here.
That's
And
correct.
they have parking garages, but they don't have, they're not in charge of the.
PCOs.
They are.
They're not in charge of the crossing guards?
They are not. That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we can bring that back up again in ordinance?
We can.
You have the same amount of employees that you had last year, no vacancies this year? All the spots have been filled?
No.
This shows no vacancies.
Right, no vacancies.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, no
Okay.
vacancies.
No vacancies. Anyone out on workman's comp, or do you have all of
No,
these employees?
everyone's working, yes.
Fabulous, okay. And then, as far as the new garages, are those all automated now? I know you were working towards kiosks.
Both Pearl Street has 2 kiosks because it has a lot more movement because of all the jurors. So we put 2 kiosks at Pearl, and we've got 1 at 3rd Street. 3rd Street is mostly all your monthly parkers. We have about 156 monthly parkers at 3rd Street.
And then, is there any movement towards new meters on the rest of the roads?
Well, what I'd like to do is I'd like to introduce the kiosks. They're working really, really well. I'm at the Pearl Street Garage every morning trying to assist some of the jurors with the kiosk, and I have found that it's very easy to use. It takes credit card, it takes bills, it takes coins, it gives you a receipt. You can put any message into it. So my goal is to introduce a little bit at a time, some to Sullivan Drive, PW Square, areas where it's very busy, where people will be able to utilize the kiosk. And we can get rid of the meters and put those in other areas that are not as busy as some of the areas.
Okay. And then I just have I'm sorry, when do you think you might implement or start to implement that?
I'd like to implement, as soon as we get the budget approved.
And you have the funds for that, you've requested that in
There
here?
is some extra funds, yes.
And one last question I have for you, it's sort of on the revenue line, but since you're here, I'm going to ask. What days of the week are we ticketing now? Are we ticketing on Saturdays?
We do. We've been ticketing on Saturdays for almost a year now.
All day?
We do it from 8 to 4.
8 to 4.
And that's
And is there
just
only
the safety.
certain things that we're ticketing for
We
still, not meters?
No, we ticket all safety violations, too close to the corner, crosswalks, handicap, any calls that we get from the police department, if the PCO needs to go and take a look at the time side of loaning zone. So we do all the safety and no meters.
And how many employees do we have doing that on Saturdays now?
Just 1.
Just the 1, okay. All right, so that's the same as last year. And then while I have you here, can you send me wording for the sign for the Watava Pond?
Sure.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 4, followed by Counselor in seat 2. Counselor Kilby?
Councilor Bo asked most of my questions, Laura, but I think your department's one of the best in this building. Well-run.
I do have some
thanks-
great
thank-
workers.
Thanks to your leadership.
Well, my workers.
But Councilor Bo did comment on the parking garages, and we did make that decision as a council to transfer it to the city from the RDA. And I hear it's going extremely well. When I'm in court, I even have attorneys who know I'm on the council that come up to me and comment on how much more efficient it is under the new system.
Well, I can't take all that credit. I have to.
Well, you're modest.
Well, Chris Gallagher, he's got two wonderful guys who've been cleaning it up. One gentleman who painted all the stairways. He's got an electrician right now changing all the light bulbs. The goal is when winter comes for it to be very well lit up.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. So it's going to generate revenue for us as anticipated, right?
That's correct.
So what are we looking at?
In this particular budget, we have $290,000 budgeted. Speaking with Mrs. Ferreira just this week, I think that's actually understated.
That's great.
But to be conservative, we utilized just the monthly renters that we knew of at the time when we were putting this budget together, which was really late April. So since then, she's engaged with a number of other entities and has theoretically rented a number of other spots. So realistically, that would be a number that's very conservative in the budget.
Great. So for me, in retrospect, that was a great vote, and keep up the good work, Laura.
Thank you.
And I know how efficient your meter people are, because I get a ticket like 3 times a week. So you get some young people out there who hustle.
Yes, I do.
So within 10 minutes, if I'm not back, so I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. In seat 2, Councilor Kamara.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, can you just, what are the meter charges now? What do we pay for an hour? 25?
It's still the same. It hasn't changed. It's 25 cents for half an hour.
New meters aren't going to change it now. We have to change that in order to 21.
If we're going to be purchasing kiosks and if we're going to be purchasing new meters, we have to look at the rate. We're about the only city that still charges 25 for half an hour.
I don't mind that, though. I like it. I know you do a great job, and one thing I will say, my colleague in seat 4, Councilor Kilby, said, I do agree with you, your department does a great job. Your department also probably puts up with the most abuse of any department in the city. And
It's part of the territory.
People show up at that counter and they are not happy, and people have to go through a lot of abuse, and I think something, you should probably try to find a way to curtail that. I know you got new window screen and anything like that, but I mean, it's just something that, every time I'm in that area and I see what's going on, I kind of walk over there and calm people down, because it is a very abusive department.
Council, I just want to interject as well, though, but the rate at the garages is significantly higher than we have at the meters. And yet, your colleague in seat 4 mentioned that people are appreciative of the quality and the access, and even though there's a substantial increase in that rate, it's not really, I don't think, become any kind of a negative for us. So hopefully that might help the council feel a little bit better about a slight increase in the meters. I don't know if you want
While you're on
to.
that subject, Mr. Ferris, what about the people that live in the apartment next door and the monthly, are there still people?
They're doing the monthly rate.
Their rate
Right,
has not
we
changed.
kept everything the
not.
same,
So I
yeah.
just want to make sure that people understand that their rate
Oh,
has not changed.
that's the.
No, nothing has changed.
Right, the rates in the garages have not changed. They're the same rates that BBP we're charging for the monthlies, with the exception of the employees. We did reduce the employees' monthly rent.
Right, because I think that's important and crucial to those people that have been there for so long, that the rates shouldn't go up on that. You no longer have the electric cars,
No longer have what?
the electric vehicles?
No, we do not. The lease came up, and it was discussed that it was not worth getting them, so we have regular vehicles,
So you feel that the
Nissan.
benefits that they were supposed to be didn't pan out to be worth the gas vehicles?
Actually, Counselor, we are, it took a while to renegotiate. Mr. Gallagher's been handling that, but I believe there are going to be some additional, not for your department, right?
I think it's just water.
Just water, okay. So, yeah, so we haven't totally abandoned the concept, but there was some,
For her department, for now, we have.
yes.
I never knew, I mean, I don't know the benefits or not, I guess it depends how long we keep the vehicles and how many miles you put on them.
Well, and the problem we were finding was the replacement cost for the batteries was, I don't know, $10,000, 13, it was a
Yeah.
really exorbitant amount of money. Now, they have since come out with a different technology that is, the batteries are lasting much longer and far more durable. So that's why the water department is revisiting that, and they may in fact be getting electric vehicles, but they're waiting for the newer model to come out that's a lot more.
They're not using triple A's anymore, that's for sure. The only other thing I want to mention, Laura, you talked about the pole diggers and stuff. Now, I've noticed when you change signs from one location to another location, usually you leave a piece this big, 3 or 4 inches standing up from the ground. And that people have tripped over those, and people in handicap chairs have bumped into those, especially when it's dark out. Is that common practice? I mean, I don't see that in other communities as much as I see it around.
So when we remove poles, they take out the whole thing. Councilors have to remember, a lot of construction has been going on in the city. And unfortunately, they drill a lot of poles into a lot of areas. I always try to tell them that once they remove their signs and their poles, they need to, pull it right out. The way we do it, the guys can pull it right out. Now, there could be some that are from years ago, and we try to remove them, but anything that the maintenance crew takes out now, which is mostly a lot of HPs, that's what we remove a lot of.
So for the general public's knowledge, if they see...
They need to call us right away.
Right. So at Walmart, right on Quikasham Street, if you're coming down Warren Street, get right to the Warren Street where it meets Quikasham, take a left within 50 feet, there's one on the right-hand side.
It could be that a sign was taken down sometimes
that's
in the
my
winter.
point. A sign
No,
was
no, I
taken
mean, it was
down.
knocked down and it was never
Oh,
replaced.
no, it looks like it's perfectly fine. It's
Yeah.
looks like it was going
Yep,
down,
if
but
they
I mean,
call
it's-
us, we'll go down and we'll remove it.
I
We've
just didn't know
done
if it was
quite a
just
few.
The policy was to leave it.
No,
anyways
we
in
take
case-
out everything,
Okay, I always thought so, but I've seen a couple, so I'll give you some addresses. all right?
please.
Other than that, I agree with my colleague, you do a tremendous job, and
Thank
you're Reverend, and listen, if we could give her anything else and bring her up to speed with other people, I'm all for it.
I'd also like to add to, regarding the school crossing guards, that was something that Mrs. Ferrera, she came, to us and said, I think I can be helpful and be more efficient at managing the crossing guards, understanding that the police really didn't have the resources to be doing that. So that was a voluntary initiative that she took on, and we have seen some significant improvements in how that's all been managed and scheduled, so all to her credit.
We've been here for a long time together, I've worked with her for a long time, and I know what kind of person and what she does, and I think it's a credit to this
Thank
city, like many people in this building, do a wonderful job. Maybe she should get a stipend for putting up with all the abuse. Stipend abuse.
Abuse stipend.
With that, I yield. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything further? Councilor in seat 7, Councilor Pelletier.
Thank you. What kind of revenues, if you can say, are you bringing in with the meters and the tickets?
Well, last year, I think we reached our goal. We brought in a little over 1.8, and that's with everything. That's with coins, 1.8 million. And that's with coins,
Yeah.
tickets, dumpsters, meter permits, the little thing, sidewalk permits, so that's with everything. This year, for 2019, our goal is to bring in 2 million. So we still have a little bit to go, but that's going to be our goal. We're going to try.
Don't give me too many tickets, I don't want to make the difference up.
It's not just the tickets, it's with everything.
Okay. You don't have, do you have the kiosks in now, the kiosks? are in?
There's 3 of them inside the garages.
In that one? And
There's
that
one at 3rd and 2 at Pearl.
All right, now, I get complaints that the safety factor, without the individuals being there, is a little worse than it would be with the guys there, whether they're people homeless, or people doing drugs, or even people breaking into cars. Have you had many break-ins?
We had one this morning. We think it happened overnight. Since we took over, we hadn't had any incidents. Mr. Gallagher hired a company. He cleaned out 3rd Street Garage. 3rd Street Garage seems to be the one that's had a little bit more issues in the past, but they've always had those issues. With Mr. Gallagher, he cleaned out the hallways because part of the garages is closed up, as you all know. So there's an area that he has to secure a lot better because they're going into that section and sleeping there. But he's cleaned them out. He's cleaned out everything. They have tried to cut the chains off, but he's on top of that. The attendants that were there, their job was basically to collect the money at the booths. They were not security. So at nighttime, the garages were by itself. We do lock up Pearl Street because no one uses it during the night, but 3rd Street has to be left open because we have close to 15 to 20 residents from Borden East, Borden West, that leave their cars there at nighttime.
But we're also in the process, as Mrs. Ferrera mentioned earlier, about adding lighting. I think once it's a lot brighter, that will help. But Mr. Gallo is working on increasing that.
We're
as
also
well.
looking into cameras,
Right.
so we've got a lot of things, hoping to go forward to install of them and make it safer for individuals.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about the cameras, but you brought it up.
Yep.
So how soon before that would get installed? Or you gotta price it first?
We got to get a pricing. We want it to be able that we can see it on our phones. We've had a cameraman come in, take a look at them. He wanted to know if we could use what was there already, but we can't because some of them have been damaged with rain. So Mr. Gallagher is going to look into pricing and see how much it's going to cost so that we can get that going as well.
Well, I'd just like to say, me and you have done business for a long time. We had a few bumps there, but we took care of the bumps.
Yes, we did.
And somebody asked me today, you get a ticket for $25. He says he was parking on a line. They give tickets for parking on a line?
We don't have tickets for $25. Our tickets are $20, unless they were blocking a crosswalk. Those are the lines that I can think of.
Maybe he wasn't in Fall River then.
Maybe not.
All right, so I'm just bringing it in front of you. But if the lines, is that a
Well,
ticket
maybe it
for
was the
$20?
crosswalk. Could they have gotten too
Well-
close to the crosswalk?
I mean, our tickets are just $20. Our tickets are not 25. So if they park too close to a crosswalk and they're on top of the lines, they're usually blocking the handicap ramp. But usually we have a photo that goes with it, so.
That's right, too. You take pictures of everything, right?
Well, certain violations.
I know, I come in on a few ones, you know. I'll bring it up as the computer, there it is. He's wrong. Okay, no problem. He's wrong, he's wrong. I tell him he's wrong. He pays the bill, that's it. With that, I yield. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Councilor. In seat 3, Councilor Kamara.
Well, Mrs. Ferrer, with all the kudos you're getting, I'll refrain from my usual criticisms.
Not just me, it's my crew.
But actually, I join in appreciating the good work that you and your department does. It's not really since we've opened up the conversation about particularly the 3rd Street garage. I just want to give you a heads up that tomorrow night I've submitted a resolution because we had a presentation from a tenant of the Academy building concerned about what's happening on Old 2nd Street. And I would encourage you, as you develop a lighting system, that as much as possible, if you could generate some lighting that lights up as much as of Old 2nd Street as you can. I'm sure that when you mentioned you have pockets from Borden East, Borden West, I'm assuming you also have pockets from the Hudner building and the
Yes,
Academy
building,
as well.
correct.
So in order to accommodate those pockets who are parking in the garage and then walking down Old 2nd Street to get into the Academy building, that as much as possible, we should get some lighting that accommodates not just the garage itself, but the accesses to the garage. So I'm confident, and I'm sure that the council will fully support the resolution that will be before the council tomorrow. We will be asking various people to come to that meeting to discuss a strategy to make Old 2nd Street a more safe and particularly for those that are coming to and from the garage. But apparently, maybe there's been such great success in getting them out of, I guess vagrants, is that still a word that's acceptable? But people who are sleeping, homeless folks, that you may have been so successful in getting them out of the garage that now they're gravitating to Old 2nd Street. And they're using the benches that are there, and there's money being spent to make that a more attractive place, a promenade, if you will. But on the other hand, it's causing great anguish among people that live in that area, particularly the Academy building, and I would assume also the Hudner building. So just to give you a heads up that I know my colleague in seat 4 has already assured me that as soon as possible, he'll call a meeting of Public Safety Committee Public Safety Committee, and get everyone together to see what we can do to address this very important center of downtown. So, thank you. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Anything further? Hearing none. Solid waste, streets and highways, and snow removal. We'll take those all as one, which would begin on page 215 for solid waste. Mr. Perry is here. 215 in our budget books. Mr. Perry, if you could give us a brief overview.
Certainly, Council. Okay, so I'd like to echo first some of the sentiments from the rest of the councilors. Thank you to the directors from the other divisions within DCM and the great job they do and the work they did and their input here tonight. So I'll speak to solid waste and streets and sidewalks.
Thank you.
And streets and highways, rather, and snow removal for you folks. So in solid waste, we have seen a reduction in salaries, which would probably be the most glaring. I'll explain that as we go. But we oversee the contract with the private hauler, waste hauler, easy disposal. We also make sure that we continue to try to educate the public in the value of recycling, and so on. Streets and highways, obviously, we've shifted gears since the privatization of trash. We focus our resources on sidewalk repair, street repair, cleanups, street sweeping programs, and things of that nature. And I think snow removal is self-explanatory. If we can talk as little about that as possible as we can tonight, because it's one of my least favorite subjects, but there'll be plenty of time for that in November. But with that, I'm ready to answer and hopefully prepared to answer any of and all of your questions.
Any questions? Councilman seat 6, Councilor Long.
I just got a couple of quick questions. Well, one,
Microphone,
I'd like to
please.
see what the
Your microphone, please.
Sorry. Just got a couple of quick questions. I'm sure all the councilors want to speak. What's it look like on the solid waste expenses since we've did away with the purple bags?
So
what's it trending?
We've upped the disposal cost for FY20. We had originally appropriated in FY19 $1.2 million for solid waste disposal. We've upped that to just over $2 million in FY20, basing that on an average of 1,700 ton a month, which is taking into account an anticipated increase in tonnage, and also factored in an increase in the cost of that disposal per ton based on the expiration of our current contract with Republic Services. And
That's
so,
going up by $1 million?
It's gone up for about 800,000, Councilor. Little over 800,000.
With no end in sight, actually. It's going to continue to go up. Is that?
The weights are varying. We, every year, regardless of bags or not, we have a flux in tonnage in your summer months, let's say from April right through August, your heaviest months. That's, people are doing their spring cleanouts, having their cookouts, graduation parties, etc. And then come August, September, things start to slow down a little bit, still with some significant tonnages because, people are now doing their fall cleanouts, putting things away from the summer, emptying out stuff that they no longer need. And then your winter months are obviously your slowest. So we've anticipated a 1,700 ton a month average. Some months will be much higher than that, and other months hopefully much lower.
How many more customers do you have? Have we seen an increase in the number of customers, people coming back to the system?
We've had an influx of people opting back in, as we say, to the program since the removal of the purple bags. At this point, I believe we're somewhere in the range of about 400 requests. We haven't been able to accommodate all of those requests yet. First, we didn't have enough totes to go around to everybody. We initially put an order in for what we thought we would need to cover the initial request. When we realized that was not going to be enough, we placed another order with Rarick Pacific, which is our manufacturer. That order is currently being manufactured as we speak.
What's the cost of that?
Overall, we have spent, I would say, upwards of about $96,000 to refurbish those cots to the resident.
So it's another 100,000.
Correct. That is being spent from a capital expense line that was approved for cart purchases. So we have done that, luckily, with some funds that were already in place. But, hopefully that'll last us enough to get everybody on board and finish that process.
It's just interesting to see that dynamic going on. You see that, and I think that's just going to keep going and continue. So what is your prediction going forward on that?
As far as a prediction, I don't have a crystal ball. Obviously, none of us do. My hope and anticipation is that at some point it will level off, whether it's at the 1,700 ton that we're anticipating, if it's somewhere there above. My hope is that it's below that, but at some point it'll level off. Once everybody's opted back in, that's going to opt back in. Some people have chosen to stay with the private haulers that they had contracted with when the bags were instituted. But at some point, we will have everybody back on the program that wants to be on the program, and we'll get a handle on exactly where we are at with that. Well, obviously, as I said, with the disposal contract expiring, going to have to put a new one in place. So at that point, we'll know our mark, what we're going to be paying per ton. Right now, that's again another estimate that has to be negotiated. So there's a couple of variables that still are in flux. Once we get a handle on those, I think we'll have a better idea of what the future picture is going to look like.
What's it look like on the for the recycling? What's happening in that dynamic?
So recycling, we've seen a slight decrease in the amount of recycling that's being put out. Ostensibly, the contamination numbers we're hoping are going down, but with the reduction in recycling obviously translates into an increase in trash. So we've discussed putting another concentrated effort and concerted effort into recycling education. We spoke recently about a mailer, sending out a mailer possibly with the tax bills or the water bills, and letting everybody throughout the city know in that sense that recycling is still important. There are still some people who aren't sure quite how to do it, so those flyers will explain what to recycle, what not to recycle, the importance of it. And then also piggybacking on that, a media blast on our website, in the local papers, on the radio stations, to continue to stress the importance of recycling and how that can help us reduce those numbers that I'm speaking of.
I think also, Counselor, we have to note that the rate for disposal of the recycling and the solid waste are really running very close to one another.
No, at one point it was a lot more for recycling than it is for just trash.
Right, and
Trash is cheaper.
and then at one point, we used to actually get money for the recyclables, if we go back far enough. So again, the market is...
That was the biggest farce going. We were going to make money in recycling. That
Yeah,
lasted
well,
about a year.
That didn't last for too long. You're right, Counsel. But again, right now, the rates of disposal are getting, very close to one another.
Now, this might be an administrative thing. I don't know if Mr. Perry can answer that. What was the mindset where we eliminated the litter enforcement? Where did that come from? And why would a city of our size not have a litter enforcement division?
Mm-hmm. Well, Counselor, what we did was we obviously wanted to shore up the concrete crews and the asphalt crews within the DCM and have them doing the work that was important. And we also recognized that we had other ordinances on the books regarding litter and inappropriate disposal that our minimum housing folks could also enforce as well, because they're out every day inspecting properties. And so what we've done as an effort to try to maintain that consistency is to have the minimum housing folks go out basically the day after trash day, just to make sure that everybody's properly disposed of, what they put out and retreated, because again, if they're putting something out that isn't appropriate, then they, they're not picking up the bulky items and, extra trash bags and things of that nature.
I just noticed from maybe it's my imagination, but when I drive around and I'm on trash days and you see the barrels out, we're going back to the overflowing barrels, which I didn't see that much when we had the enforcement going on, when we were doing the recycling. You would see some of it, but now you're going by and you're seeing the trash barrels with the bags overflowing out and the things wide open, and it just causes more problems. And it concerns me.
And those are the things that is said, the minimum housing, I mean, those are violations in a separate section of our ordinance code that have to be enforced. What we're seeing, and Mr. Perry addressed it, was that folks that were previously putting things in the recycle bin are now putting it in the trash. And I don't know if it's probably a little bit too soon to be certain, but one of the reasons that our contamination level was so high and we were having such a problem disposing of the recyclables was because people were putting things in the recycle bin that really didn't belong in the recycle bin because they didn't want to have to pay to put it in a bag. So, I mean, the whole thing is still settling itself out. And as Mr. Perry mentioned, we're also seeing the increase because people are opting back in. So it's kind of difficult to be sure exactly.
We were collecting some revenue on the litter enforcement.
No, not much revenue, Counselor.
No, it was more of a educational
That's
piece.
exactly, yeah. It was an
But
opportunity
I know they
to.
were bringing people to court and they were getting that type of stuff going on.
Exactly, if they,
Now,
yeah.
in looking at that, now you're saying minimum housing's doing it. How many tickets are they giving out? Is that?
Yeah,
do they have any
I wouldn't
numbers?
have that number before us, but I will tell you now that if minimum housing is issuing the citation, it's being given to the property owner. Whereas when we had the purple bags, and I know you're well aware of this, we've talked about this numerous times, but what was happening is they had to identify the tenant that was actually violating. So it was never a lot of revenue, but as you mentioned, it wasn't really for the revenue, it was more for the educational process. In these cases, when they issue a violation, it's very clear what the violation is and how the violation can be corrected. But I think the educational piece on the recycling is going to be very helpful as well, and hopefully folks will start being more mindful of what's recyclable and what's not.
Is all your equipment up to snuff, running, doing the job it's supposed to do? We had the pothole that was broken for like ever, and is that now working? And
I'm sorry, something was broken forever?
well, it was broken for a while.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, we do have equipment go down from time to time. Where that report of something being broken forever comes from, I'm not sure, but I'm sure that would just be somebody who's not happy that piece of equipment may have been down for a certain number of time, but there are priorities we have to set. Right now, we do have all of our equipment up and running. Our infrared truck is running. We purchased an additional hot box, which we call it. So now we have 2 tow-behind hot boxes to do asphalt work with as well. We've purchased an additional backhoe with various attachments to help with sidewalk removal and trench repair. I've ordered new pickup trucks and more 1-ton trucks to help with that debris removal from these jobs that we do. We've made a significant investment in upgrading our equipment in order to make sure that the guys have what they need to get this new directive.
And there's a few that I've noticed where you've gone in and done them, and they've come out really, really nice.
Yep.
And I just wish we could do more, but.
To their credit, Council, we've been getting a lot of positive feedback from residents, people who are sending us pictures of the job well done.
Between the water department doing the center to curb, and where we see it happen, it's beautiful. But it seems like in times where we're doing big jobs, like Robeson Street, that type of stuff, it's like, it just seems like, I'll use the term again, it takes forever to get it done, and very difficult. People complain and all that type of stuff. Once it's done, it's nice, but, and I give you credit. I mean, it's always, can do more with more. You need more, but, so your equipment's in good shape?
Equipment's in good shape. One thing I'd just like to mention, I mean, as was stated earlier, look, DPW, the men that work there, and what we do. They touch more aspects of every citizen's lives than I would say most departments, okay? It's the street sweeping, the cleanups, the potholes, the sidewalks, the festivals, the feasts, the processions, helping gear up for all of those set events. So, I mean, it's not just the two sidewalk and asphalt work that they do. So with what we have, I think they accomplish an amazing amount of work. And I want to make sure I give them credit for that. So,
And they deserve the credit.
there are a lot of nuances that our department handles that people don't even see, but that behind the scenes we're taking care of. So
And you're doing a good job.
I'd like to thank them for that.
My question's good. I'll listen to my other colleagues have their time. I'll yield at this time.
Thank you, Councilor. C7, Councilor Pelletier.
Complaints, I must get them all. But I got a call again this week. The Blue Barrels, he's popped the cover open, and the guy left him a ticket saying, hey, you can't overload a barrel. Took the bag and threw it on the ground. So what do you tell these guys? They need another barrel? And now these guys won't pick up anything that's not in the barrel. A lot of people don't know this. I know you must have got last couple of weeks a lot of calls, I guess, if that's what they're doing. But people don't know.
So it's been a progression, Counselor, since the end of the program, and prior to that even, you know, the private hauler was instructed if anything was in a purple bag, it was to be picked up. It was not to be left. But the ordinance states that all trash must be in a bag and placed in the cart, contained, okay? So nothing is to be left outside. And if you remember the origin of the carts and my former mayor career put them in was because of the rat issue that we had been having in the city, right? So the ordinance states that it all has to be in there because we don't want these bags outside of the carts. So once the program ended, we began to see an increase of bags outside of the cart. In the interim, private hauler was instructed to pick those bags up either way. I didn't want to leave trash all over the streets. I didn't want to have an issue, a public health issue, rat issue, start to pop back up. But as time progressed, the issue became greater and greater. And Ms. Viveris can confirm this, that we've had some serious offenders. So not your average bag on the top of the cart, couple of bags on the side of the cart. I mean, we're talking 30, 40, 50 bags of trash outside the cart, just assuming that it's okay and that they can do that because there's no longer a fee or a bag purchase necessary. So in order to stem that and be fair to the hauler, we had to figure out a way to end that. So what we did was we worked with the hauler. They put together and paid for the stickers that we would place on these bags that are outside the carts each week to let the homeowner know that they were in violation of the ordinance and that those bags would no longer be picked up. So that happened. I mean, it was odd to me, but in the first initial couple of weeks, I got very few calls about it. We had the private hauler generate a list of stops and number of stops on a daily basis that there were offenders. The list was quite long, but there were very few calls filtering in. They would bring them back in, hold on to them, pack them in the car as best they could. Through attrition, maybe empty out those 8 or 10 bags extra that they had over the next couple of weeks. But now it's begotten to a point where folks have not been able to catch up. As I said, during the summer months, you generate more trash traditionally per household. They haven't been able to do that through attrition and catch up. So we've gotten those calls, what do I do with my trash? How can I do this? So what we've come up with is we've had the private hauler supply us with a dumpster at the DPW complex at 10 Lewiston Street. That dumpster is solely dedicated for residents that have excess trash that they need to dispose of, and they can come down when we're open Thursday, Friday, and Saturday mornings to do that. They'll have to show, obviously, valid Fall River license or a bill to be sure that they're a city resident, but they will be able to dump that off. So that's a way we've chosen to be able to try to help them offset that issue. But in order to, we can't have the private hauler go back. We cannot issue extra cots to everybody who wants them. As I said, we don't have enough as it is to go around. We cannot up the size at each particular residence that feels they have a 65-gallon cart and they'd like the bigger 95-gallon cart. Logistically, that would be a nightmare, number one. Number two, I think just about 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 people would want the 95 just in case they needed it. So we would go by the wayside the 65s. They're set criteria for what each house is supposed to have. So as I said before, it's an evolving process. We're dealing with the changes that are coming with the end of the program and trying to navigate through this and figure out what's going to work best going forward. No going backward at this point, so we're trying to figure out the best ways and then come up with the best solutions to settle the issues that the residents are seeing come up now. So that's what we've been doing.
All right, so what we're saying to the public now, they gotta make sure all the trash is in the barrel?
Well, it's not saying it to them now, Counselor. This is something that's always been in effect. This is not a change.
Well, that's the whole thing. They get warnings now.
Well, Counselor, you have to also take into account, I mean, if they're getting a warning, it's because they're doing something they hadn't been doing before.
Right.
They've taken the opportunity, and quite frankly, in some of the more egregious situations, advantage of the situation, where you have many, many, many more residents of the city that still put their carts out, don't have extra trash, whether it was in purple bags or regular bags. They still put their trash out the same way they did when the pay-as-you-throw program was in place. But there are those offenders, and we'll have that across any spectrum of any kind of rule we have with the city. It's those folks that need to learn to, get a handle on what they're doing, recycle more, reduce their trash, maybe pack it better, maybe just use more care in what they're throwing away. And I'm not being cavalier about it. I do understand that no matter what, there'll be situations where you can't fit everything in the carts that you have, but that's why we've provided the other avenue for them to be able to get rid of it.
All right, right now with all the slips are going out, that's what's getting the people excited. What I do with my trash, and they won't pick up anything on the side.
Well, I've actually spoken to minimum housing, as a matter of fact, today, anticipating this question, and really, once we got together with them and had them start to audit these stops that we were getting from the private hauler, there were seven violations issued, and those have since been pulled back. So it was only 7 that were issued. Those have been pulled back, and when we realized that, you know what, it's a heavy lift for them, and it may start to become a problem. And until we have a permanent solution, let's offer another avenue as opposed to fining. Let's look at education as the priority, and let's offer them an avenue to be able to get rid of that excess trash as opposed to jumping right to the fine. And that's what we've done. So in all honesty, it's 7 violations for this particular thing that minimum housing actually ended up issuing.
Like I said, I just learned about it in the last couple of days, and I think the process of putting stickers on for education is good. And your route to let anybody come in with the extra bags is good. So there's no reason why, if they don't know. But watching this, maybe the meetings, a lot of people watch it.
Sure.
Maybe they'll make sure to put everything in the barrel and not too much on top. Sometimes they stack it 3. They won't take it.
One thing you did mention too, Council, not to interrupt you, but in the beginning you had said the blue cart, and that they took the bag and put it aside. In recycling, no plastic bags. So we just want to make sure that, they don't put any plastic bags in the recycling. They're not recycling, okay? So we don't want that plastic bag going in the recycle stream anyway. So just to point that out.
Okay. Thank you very much, educating the people and myself.
Trying, Council.
And I yield.
Thank you, and I want to just remind the council before I acknowledge the next council to speak, let's try to keep us to the financial components of the municipal budget. We're starting to teeter off a little bit on policy and stuff like that, so I just urge us to please, we have a long night ahead and a long night tomorrow. Councilor in seat 1, Councilor Kadim.
Mr. Perry, on the stipends,
So 1850?
in solid waste or street.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, 214, page 214.
214, yeah.
So what stipend is that for? That, and it doesn't look like we have any actuals to date
Where do
on
you
that.
see that? 214,
214.
solid waste salaries?
Yeah, so we
Other
have-
stipends.
Other stipends, 1850.
Or maybe was the other personal services supposed to be the stipends for the actuals?
Yeah, that's odd, Counselor. Honestly, that slipped right by me. I'd have to look to get you that answer. I don't want to give you the wrong answer.
Sorry.
1850 is an odd stipend, so I'd have to check that for you.
Okay.
I think, Counselor, it is a combination. If you flip the page, I'm just looking quickly here because I don't truly have the answer, but if you look at the safety stipend, the snow incentive, and the hoisting stipend, they would add to the 1850.
Okay.
So it's,
Okay.
So it's the combination of those three. Then the longevity is unaligned by itself, then you have the overtime, and then, of course, the 80,792 is the combination of the annual salary and the 1.5%.
Okay, thank you. So just on the expenses for solid waste, so you've got rental equipment for an excavator.
Yep.
You do, are we doing that every year?
Yes, that's to load the recycling, since we've been loading the recycling at Lewiston Street. And you see the increase, so you'll see the actual through 19 was 4,000, but that's because we've eliminated other purchase services, which is the line item that it was previously being paid out of. So that's why that's all, you'll see there's a difference, a discrepancy between what we spent in 19 and the FY20 projection.
So what's the cost of an excavator? 200,000?
No, the size that we need, I'd say we'd be somewhere in the range of about 250 to 280. It's
So-
the bigger ones, because you
Right, right.
really have to get up on top of the
But
100
even
gallon.
but even if we were doing that, why? To me, it make more sense to just go out and purchase a new excavator. I mean, if you take, and I just ran the number quickly. I took it at 200,000 over. Even if we just do the purchase on 5 years, and I know the life expectancy is more than 5 years. I mean, we're talking about $40,000 a year, and I didn't add interest to it. But I mean, at that point, we're obviously in ownership of a new excavator versus renting it for $48,000. So I mean. I wouldn't be opposed if you folks come down and want to entertain, maybe a multi-year purchase in terms of that and get a brand new excavator.
Okay.
I mean, there's absolutely a need for, going to be continued
Not going to
need,
turn
right?
down a new excavator, no, absolutely not. And even if some of our future hopeful plans work out, I'm sure there's other avenues I know we have that we could use that excavator if purchased, so.
Okay. So, and I know you talked a little bit about this, so if we can focus in on the 3 lines for the solid waste, you had talked about an $800,000 increase, but that was just for the disposal portion, right? Was that?
Correct.
So would we go up to $74 a ton?
We're at that now. We're anticipating a $99 a ton increase to $99 a ton.
That was in the contract? To jump from 74 to?
It's not in the easy contract. We have the disposal contract with
yeah.
Republic Services, right? So then that one is up in September 1, yeah. So once that's up, we're going to have to renegotiate, and we're anticipating an increase in that tipping fee of $74 a ton.
You mean going from 74?
From 74, right.
From 74 to
299.
299, right.
Right.
That's what we budgeted for.
Some highway robbery right there.
And we're told, Counselor, that it's all over the state, because we've done some inquiry. I guess disposal of solid waste is becoming as big a challenge as.
What's the rate at CMAS? Is it that high?
Well, I don't know that they're taking anymore.
No, but I'm just curious, because I mean, that's usually the barometer and the benchmark for it.
Yeah, I'd have to
don't
see
know,
what
we'd
that
have to
number
check.
is right now, what they're getting.
Could you,
I
do
can
you mind
find that out.
taking a look at that and just
Yeah,
send it
of
over?
course.
And then the contract itself for the actual collection for Easy, that's going down? Doesn't-
Yes, Counselor, there was a different director last year, and the best I can tell you is the estimate that was given
Wasn't
didn't
consistent.
tie to the contract itself. Mr. Perry and I looked at that this morning, and I pulled all the pieces of the contract.
'Cause I haven't seen the contract for a while, but it was
Yeah,
a
it
continuous
It was
increase all the way.
$4,473,521 for fiscal 19.
Okay.
It's going to $4,558,796, so it's an $85,275 increase this year. But neither John or Mr. Perry or I could determine where the $4,735,000 came from in the prior presentation.
And then just the tonnage, and I know you talked a little bit about it, but I missed it. So you've got the 1,700 tons per month.
Yep.
But that seems to be pretty consistent with last year, right? So was there an
No,
increase over last year?
That's actually an increase from last year's tonnage. And again, we try to average it out
Right.
over the course
Yep.
of the flow of the year for lower months and higher.
What was
months.
last year's again?
What we budgeted out for last
Yeah.
year's tonnage, what we estimated, I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. Then just going to streets and highways, 220. So there was looks like the salary line item was about a 12% increase.
Salary, yeah, well, you'll see the reduction in the salary line for solid waste. That was the moving of those compliance officers from solid waste into streets and highways.
Counselor, if I could just interrupt for a second,
I'm sorry, so they were going from solid waste into.
Into streets and highways, correct.
if we do the math, it was about 1,300 tons the year
13
before.
Last year, yeah.
Okay. Snow incentive stipends, is that increase from the 65 to the 78? Is that just the guys being added in? or was
Yes,
there an
exactly.
incre-
The
so
added
there was
snow.
no increase
No,
in
no,
the cost, okay.
not at all.
And then what is various crew incentives, 35,000?
That was an MOU that we negotiated in when we instituted the concrete and asphalt crews,
Yeah.
Lewiston Street crew and landscaping crew, so that was worked in. So depending on your licenses that you hold, whether it's a hoisting license, a CDL, or if you're on one of those skilled crews, you'll receive $1 extra. If you have your CDL, you'll receive $1 in addition to the extra $1, so sometimes up to $2 for an employee. So that's what that's worked into.
And you left it there because do you rotate who goes in and out, or?
No, but that has to be accounted for because it's in addition to their base
Okay,
salary.
right. And then the electricity on 221, we're going from 40,000 to 150. Well, what's the spike there?
Yeah, and Mary and I spoke about that too. I think Mary might have a better explanation than I do.
I probably don't.
It's-
A lot of it had to do with the estimates that were given in the prior year. The year prior to that, there were a lot of solar credits, and so I think the estimate for 19 utilized the 18, and I don't do the solar credits, but I'm assuming that's where that came from, because if you look at March year-to-date, clearly the 40,000 was understated.
Right.
Okay. And then trucks and tires, that's obviously the accessories going from 75 to 135. Obviously, just the additional need for the equipment.
Yep.
No equipment.
And then, so the 225, so the 44, the increase in the FTEs was just a carryover from
That's correct.
Stone. I yield.
Thank you, Council. In seat 5, Council Vice President LeBeau.
Thank you. Going back to the litter enforcement, we had 2 employees doing litter enforcement. Last year, I see one of them has gone over to Streets and Highways. Where did the other one go?
We had 4, actually. We had 4 employees that were doing litter enforcement when the switch was made.
I have 2 in last year's budget.
Well, we may have had vacancies at that point, but we had filled those, and at the point that the compliance officers were shifted back to Streets and Highways, there were 4 individuals that were doing that job.
Okay, I don't show vacancies. I have 2 under the solid waste for last fiscal year. Did we keep them all?
Yeah, nobody lost their job.
Okay, so I see 1. I found 1, but I wasn't able to find the
I
others.
think if we're looking at last year, the second individual was moved over as well. He's considered in this particular budget as a working foreman, but he went over to Streets and Highways because he was really a compliance officer, even though his union title was working foreman.
Okay, I didn't see him under the streets and highways salaries.
He is about a third of the way down. And it says asphalt laborer now.
Yeah. 224.
On 224.
D'Souza?
No, he's gone. If you're looking at last year's, D'Souza would be there. D'Souza's not with us now.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah, so
Okay.
page 224 of FY20's budget. Go down.
I see the other gentleman.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you just tell me, besides just the litter enforcement, they were doing quite a few other things?
Bulky items, illegal dumps. During snow removal, they would go out and make sure that sidewalks were clear, or people weren't putting items out to reserve parking spots, working on the recycling education piece. We were instituting a school recycling education program that we had gotten off the ground, so there were a number of things they worked on, yeah.
And I know that I had called Mrs. Viveris when we had a snowstorm because we didn't have these enforcement officers anymore, and you had said that it was going to inspectional services, minimum housing, but we didn't add any employees in minimum housing.
I'm sorry, you mean regarding this initiative to do right, correct. So we worked with the minimum housing director, and he worked out a schedule, again, with Mr. Perry, so that they're routinely out in the community inspecting anyway. So what they do is they just drive the route, the trash route, the day after, and it gets divided up amongst the various inspectors. And then we do have one individual that we no longer had a need for the position of sanitarian. So that individual is now an additional minimum housing inspector. It's within the same department, but it was a reassignment, if you will. So there was one additional person added based on an anticipated increase in that workload.
I don't see an additional, I see 2 senior housing inspectors. We can get to it during that
It's a
point.
reclassification.
Okay. When we get to that, I'll ask those questions. The other question I have, on page 223, there's some folks listed under workman's comp, and the former director is listed, but wasn't he only on a 6-month contract?
He was, as far as I know, but
So why would we still be paying workman's comp into 2020?
Are you referring to Mr. Little?
Yes.
Yeah, so he went out on a comp claim regarding a health issue that was connected to his employment. So he continues on workers' comp.
When would his contract have ended?
I believe it was last fall, although I don't have the exact date available.
So we're still required to
He
continue to
remains,
pay that?
yeah, he remains eligible as a workers' comp claimant.
So we have 5 individuals out on workers' comp.
well, yeah, I mean, actually, 2 of those are permanent comp cases. Actually, all of them, with the exception of Mr. Little. So Mr. Cavallo is the gentleman who passed away while in the service. Mr. Hussey is the individual who lost his legs while working with us. And Robert Perry and George Thompson, the last 2, have been on comp since prior to when I started nearly 20 years ago. So these are some that we just carry and have been carrying, and that will be the way it is going forward.
Okay, I'm going to ask what might be a dumb question, but if an employee has passed away, is that workers' comp being paid to
His spouse.
spouse?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are all of the financial questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 3, Counselor Kamara.
Mr. President, I know we began the meeting at 6, and we had great concern about the department heads getting home relatively early. I'm sure some of them started work at 9 a.m., so we're already approaching more than 12 hours of their being on duty. So I'm going to stop any questioning. I mean, we also spent about a half hour talking about overfilled buckets of trash, so I'm not sure if that was a budget issue, but I'll refrain from any questioning now. I yield.
Counselor in seat 8, Counselor Viveras.
Thanks. Could you just quickly give us a brief update on the transfer station and when we might see any impact from that?
Counselor Apps, that's all still being pursued. We're in conversations with DEP regarding eligibility for location and permitting and that, so. And you're right, it isn't a budget question, so I'll keep it short.
And then in the line item here, recycling yard waste, what's it actually costing the city to get rid of yard waste?
All depends on the tonnages, Counselor. It varies from month to month. You know, again, there's a trend with yard waste, much like trash. The beginning of the spring, when things are blooming, you see a larger increase, and then at the very end of the summer, when, you know, fall is coming and people want to do their final yard cleanup for the winter, you see another increase, and in the middle, summer months where it's really nice, it's hot, it kind of slows down a little bit, so it varies.
Where do we take that?
We take that to site-ready materials in Tiffany.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You yield, Counselor? Counselor in seat 2, Counselor Kamara.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, Mr. Vest, I know my colleague brought up transfer stations, but I mean, I know it's not on the budget, but it could be a big way of saving a lot of money for the community. We've talked about a transfer station, and there was...
We're still pursuing it, Counselor.
Can you just give me a time frame as to when you think we would see something like that come to fruition, or is it 6 months away, a year away, permits in place?
No, I think we're conservatively, somewhere between 6 and 12 months. Site assignment is quite a task that has to be achieved. So we've already had 2 meetings with DEP regarding, you know, the suitability of, you know, sites. So it's going to be a process.
So we're basically in the site selection state right now?
Yes, yes.
And that's going to take some time, because if you have to get permits in it, so I don't say I got to do it in 12 months.
Well, we don't want to pursue, DEP has actually been very cooperative, and what they've basically said to us is, you want to start the conversation with us early on, and we will tell you, you know, what we think the pitfalls or, you know, the problems might be with any particular location. So that's what we've started.
When did that start?
Pardon me?
When did those conversations start?
Oh, at least, I think the first meeting was well over a month ago, maybe even longer than that. Yeah.
And so time frame, we're looking at not this fiscal year, or possibly the next?
No, I don't see anything up and running for this fiscal year. And we haven't incorporated any revenues into the budget for that reason.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, I mean, we could, if we could get this going, it might be a way to save some money instead of paying.
Certainly.
Absorbing the cost that's costing us to get rid of our trash. That's part of the whole thing, save money.
Yes.
All right, with that, I yield. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor in seat 6, Counselor Long.
Quick question, as I look through the payroll, there are 2 people.
Microphone, please.
Let's
Solid
quick.
waste or streets, Counselor?
This is Streets and Highway. Okay. Looking on the payroll, under the clothing allowance, there are 2 people on the payroll not getting a clothing allowance. Why is that? And it looks like they're in the asphalt labor. This should be on 224, 225. Yeah, but that's just sick leave incentive average.
Those 2 individuals were the 2 that Counselor in seat 5 was referring to, who were in compliance at that point. And because they were here in this building and not out in the field, they weren't receiving the clothing allowance at that point. So I mean, I guess that's an oversight and something we should probably address. Yeah, for sure.
Point it out. I yield.
Yep.
Thank you very much. We're going to roll to community services. Thank you, Mr. Perry. How we're going to go about, we're going to start with the city planner, page 242, and then see where we go through community services, and we'll reassess where we're at tonight. If we want to go to revenue, if not, we'll start with revenue tomorrow. But I want to prepare everybody that if we do that, tomorrow is going to be a very long night, because I do want us to see if we can take some kind of action on this budget tomorrow. So I want everybody to come in here tomorrow fully prepared that tomorrow is going to be a long night. Councilor in seat 1, Councilor Kadim.
Just for the record, I know department heads have been here, but I think it should be stated that, you know, we've got the city clerk, everybody's worked, we've all worked all day. This happens once a year, right? So I don't think anybody should skirt their responsibility of asking questions because we have department heads in the
I
audience.
totally agree.
We've
all worked all day as
I
well.
just get a little frustrated when I hear that, and, you know, so.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Well,
Councilor in seat
point
1,
of
you have the
order.
floor. We're not going to go through this right
I'm
now.
gonna go
Councilor in
point of
seat 1.
order, Mr. President.
What's your point of order?
My point of order is that there needs to be consistency when I've been shut off saying we're not talking about a budget issue, and then for a half hour, we talk about overflowing trash bins. There's got to be consistency so that we stay on target and get questions answered.
Councilor in seat 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just in terms of salaries, so I saw the salary line item going up $65,000. Page 245, you've got the breakdown. So it looks like there's a part-time position for the 56,000. And then,
This would be the same situation where it's really not part-time, but 50% of it will be recovered from grants and/or capital projects. So on page 242, you see the recovery of 28,694. So it's really a full-time position, although only half of it will be charged in the general fund.
okay, all right, so that answered my question, because I was going to say that's a lot for
Right.
a part-time position. That's all I have for planning.
Any other
Yield.
questions with the planning department? Councilor in seat 3, Councilor Kamara.
Just to confirm, this assistant city planner position, is that a new position, or is it a position that's been in previous budgets and not been filled?
It's new to
Right.
this budget.
To this budget?
Exactly. It may have been filled years ago, but
Right.
it was not filled in the last several years.
Okay, well, I think it's most important that that position be filled. I know that the planner does a lot of work. Our planning department is woefully understaffed. So I think certainly having this assistant city planner position filled is very important. So supportive of that and supportive of the planner's budget. I yield.
Thank you. Anything further? Thank you, Mr. Roth. Next department is inspectional services. Mr. Hathaway.
John, Mr. Roth.
Thanks, Bill.
Page?
Thank you. Page 249, inspectional services, under community services tab, page 249. Councilor in seat 1, Councilor Kadim.
Thank you again. Salary line items, looks like there was an elimination of $17,000. Which position was eliminated and why? And then again, the other question I would have is it was eliminated, but what position was that 17,000?
I think it may have been a building inspector. It was vacant.
Counsel, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the full question.
Yeah,
This
it was
is
a
the
building
department.
inspector. It was a building inspector. It
So-
was a vacant position.
Was it a full-time?
Yeah, I believe so. 56,159.
So why is the delta only $17,000 decrease then?
That's a good question. The current building inspector has a $6,700 increase, for one. And then I guess it looks like there were just a few others that were increased as well. Nothing significant. That was the biggest one, 6,700.
What was that increase based on? That's a department head, right?
Yes, it is. You'll have to answer that.
I'm sorry, what?
Why did Glenn get an increase?
Oh, yeah, so Mr. Hathaway was originally hired at an amount that was significantly below what his predecessor was earning. So he did start out at one salary, and we felt that he was able to complete his assignment. You did get your certification?
Yes.
Yes, and so we provided the increase, which, again, still puts him at an amount that is significantly below his predecessor.
What's the ordinance that supports the ordinance? Is that still under the not to exceed, or just, I mean, it's an 8% increase,
Yeah,
And
I
it's
don't
not consistent
recall
with
off the top of my head what the ordinance provided for Mr. Bisco
91,342.
by ordinance.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
What was it?
91,342.
And we're not going to, so we eliminated, so how many inspectors are we having? So we essentially saying that we don't need another inspector, is that?
I'd love to have another inspector.
So why did we eliminate a position? We went from 20 to,
That's been in the budget for several years, even when Joe was here, Mr. Bisco was here.
no, I recognize that. So last year in FY19, we had 20 FTEs. So now we're going to 19 FTEs, so we're eliminating, so we essentially just eliminated, if we approve this budget, we're eliminating the position.
Didn't last year we have Mr. Bisco on as an FTE at the start of the fiscal year, Mrs. Viveras?
Yes, Counselor. I don't believe we're anticipating his retirement
No,
when we
no,
prepared that.
Right, but to answer Counselor
Oh.
Kadim's
No,
question.
he's not listed on the,
He wasn't listed last year's?
his name's not there.
Okay.
No, he had retired council president prior to June 30.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out if we're saying that we needed the position, it was budgeted last year, why we're reducing the full-time equivalents down from 20 to 19.
Can you recall what happened?
I believe that was in the budget for several years, it was just never filled. That individual, or that opening position.
Yeah, so when, we would have taken it out if it hadn't been filled, but I don't remember the last time. Might have been.
It came down from the department with
Yeah.
it eliminated, so
Right.
I didn't question it. I assumed they didn't need it.
So we essentially have 3 building inspectors, including the commissioner, right? So so 2 inspectors, a commissioner.
That's
and then
correct.
Last year, we had 2 vacancies for, one vacancy was not funded, but so there was 1, 2,
Yeah, it was. There were two, I don't know why there was one not funded, but there were two vacancies.
3.
Yeah, but one was not funded.
Right.
So that would have brought the 20 down to 19. It's funded.
No, it wasn't counted, because it wasn't funded,
Oh.
it wasn't counted.
I don't know. So do we need it? Do we not need it?
Well, again, as Mr. Hathaway said, it had been vacant for a time, so we
But
took it.
did we not fill it because it was a directive not to fill it? Did we not find applicants? What was the reason for not filling it?
I think it was before my time of arriving here, but I think that was initially from the era when there were massive layoffs due to budget cuts several years back.
Yeah. So,
And I don't think it was ever filled.
So what's your turnaround time in terms of inspections and backlog and permits and all that?
Currently,
Beautiful
we're
stuff that
about 2
constituents
weeks
need.
out of printing, or a week and a half to 2 weeks out of printing on bigger permits. Smaller permits, probably a week and a half, mostly. But mostly right now, not all inspectors are doing that because we don't have the time frame to do that.
What about backlog for inspections? How long?
I'm not aware of a
Once you-
backlog
once
for
you-
an inspection. If it's
Uh,
called in,
So not a backlog, so what's the wait time? And based on the, obviously,
If you call today, you should be inspected tomorrow.
okay, so you're that quick.
Yes. On regular building, plumbing, and electrical. You might see some on electrical because we only have one electrical inspector. But building and plumbing is the next day. Should be. If there is something out there, I'm not aware of it.
That's all I have, Mr. President.
Counselor in C5, Council Vice President LeBeau.
Going back to the number of employees, I just went through last year's budget to this year's. One of the building inspector positions wasn't funded. The other one was. You also said, Mrs. Viveras, that when we had Mr. Perry at the table, that we added a position in inspections, or you reclassified somebody?
Yes, Counselor is going to.
Who is that? I don't see that.
That is Mr. Staskowitz.
He has the same.
Yes, it was done after the budget was prepared previously, and then the decision was made afterward.
So what is his job description now?
He is now a minimum housing
Inspector.
inspector.
I'm sorry, you said with your building inspectors, if you call today, you can get an inspection tomorrow?
Should be, yes, absolutely.
So you're fine with that position not being filled?
I'm sorry,
I'd
did I misunderstand? I believe you said you were about a week out, Mr. Hathaway?
Printing of permits.
Oh, printing of permits, but your turnaround time for inspections are within 24 hours if possible. as soon
Yes,
as
sir.
possible. Thank you very much. I wanted to clarify that.
With the added permits that's out there right now and the workload, it wouldn't hurt to have another inspector. But due to the constraints and everything else, I didn't request it. Okay?
Okay.
I think the other thing, too, just to mention, Counselor, is where we finally were able to get the e-permitting system up and running. They have their tablets and they're doing, and what we're finding is, and Mr. Hathaway can expand on that, but I think it's a lot more efficient because they're actually able to input the data, and, you know, a lot more of it is electronic. So the hope was that by adding the technology, we were going to be able to streamline some of that process. And again, they're still learning, but I think most of them have got a good grasp right
Plumbing
now.
is doing an excellent job with it. I don't think electrical is fully implemented it on the road, and building has used it. We had some technical problems, they're being worked out. They're still not fully functional, but they are using it.
Okay. I yield, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor in C2, Counselor McMyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Hathaway, what about processing the permits, putting them into the record books? How long is that taking?
What do you mean, after they've been printed? It's taken some time. They're on the counter.
Are you months back on that one?
No.
2 weeks?
Maybe a month. They're going into the books on a regular basis.
Is this
The binders, which is a 3-ring binder,
Yep.
and then they're labeled and they're stored in the vault.
Right.
We have,
I think it's over a month.
probably, yeah. Right now, we have 2 problems with that. The first problem is we're running out of storage in the vault where these are currently stored. In my spare time, I've been going down to the room downstairs to make room to bring some of the old permit applications downstairs. I haven't had much time to make that complete. The other part of that is that part of the job is left to the building inspector, because right now we have people printing permits and they're extremely valuable, trying to get permits out. So we're doing the most important aspects of the job first, and the secondary part will come as we get freed up.
To that point, do you think you need another inspector to help do that?
Yeah, I could always use another inspector, I'm not doubting that,
Okay.
one bit.
All right. With that, I yield. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Hathaway.
Counselor in C1, Counselor Lickety.
So just going back to the reclassification of Mr. Staskowitz, so you're saying he went to a minimum housing inspector?
Yes.
So those positions are just under 40,000. The position that we have budget for him is 68,000.
Yes.
So did reduction in salary, or?
Yes. So let me just, there is 2 new inspectors in that department, recent inspectors within the last, I'm going to say year and a half, 2 years. When they started at a pay level that you would normally start at when you arrive at this job or that job. They agreed to that when they started. When this budget come around, I had requested or asked for permission to up them to all inspectors to be paid the same pay because they're all doing the same job, every one of them. So all 4 inspectors that were there, 2 of them were getting at the starting point of their base salary, and then the others were getting a different level. I don't know the exact level, but they were getting a little higher level, and it's pennies. It's $100, I think, over the course of the year. Anyways, I requested we get an upgrade for those 2. I was successful. The administration agreed, and with that said, Mr. Stakowitz has agreed to take on the job as a minimum housing inspector / sanitation inspector. Anything that department does in a normal course of work, he will now be doing as a regular inspector at the same pay as the other 4 inspectors. He did take a pay cut, but he loses nothing in seniority or anything like that because he's...
So he agreed to go from a $68,000 salary to a $40,000 salary?
Yes. Yes.
Union position?
Yeah, non-union.
Non-union.
With minimum housing's non-union?
No,
Inspectors?
the department head, the salary that he was at, the 68, he was a department sanitarian head. It was non-union. So he now becomes a union employee and works with the rest of the minimum housing inspectors at the same salary.
So what was his job description? What did he do?
He was a sanitary. So he did,
Sanitarian, right? So by code, we're required to have that, right?
We are,
By
we do have,
health code?
we're not required to do the Title Vs and so on and so forth, that they don't do them. We have a city engineer, the state doesn't require it. So we don't need or we couldn't find anything that would require us to keep his position in that title. When we have other work out there that would utilize his expertise.
Okay. I mean, it's a pretty big pay cut, but who might argue? Transfers to the vacant lots and the demolition accounts, we're doing the 15,000. Where are we with those 2 accounts, the revolving accounts, and are we on top of everything that we need to be in terms of the, obviously, the vacant lots and the demolitions?
So currently, right now, we have 15,000?
Being transferred in?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, what's the balance on the accounts?
Balance on the account. So there's 26,699.04 in the demolition account.
Was it 26?
699.04.
In demolition?
Yes. And I've recently demolished a building, so there's still some expenses that's going to be coming out of that.
What about the vacant lots?
There's 15,126.12.
So when we get when we start demoing some of these, especially if they're the make safe demos, and we don't own the property and the vacant lots, we're leaning it right on the
Yes.
For the tax title, so when that gets paid or foreclosure,
Yes.
as sales of foreclosures, are we actually deducting whatever was owed for the cleanup on the vacant lots and the potential demolition back into these accounts? Or
Yes.
is that just simply going into free cash?
No, that, when when my department liens a piece of property, such as a cleanup or such as a demolition, we put the lien, we get reimbursed at the sale for that demo, and it goes into these accounts. Or it's supposed to go back into the cleanup account.
Provided there's a full recovery.
Right, it has to be a full recovery, so.
Right, no,
The
I
general fund
recognize that,
taxes
yeah.
come,
Right.
so generally, it does not.
Because
Because there's not-
because you're not
that's
recouping the
correct.
full cost associated with it.
Correct.
But in theory, if we did, then
Then it would,
Right.
it wouldn't
right.
just fall into free cash to go back into these
That's
accounts.
correct.
Okay. All right. I yield.
Anything further for inspections? Mr. Hathaway? Hearing none, thank you very much, Mr. Hathaway.
Thank you.
Next department is going to be Health and Human Services, page 258. Ms. Curran, if you could just give us a brief overview of any changes in your department. Welcome.
Sure. The primary change would be in the salaries of the health administration, as we're adding a part-time individual, Nikki Fontaine, who's currently paid, I believe, from the EMS budget. She works on the opioid task force and then does administration for the task force, including working on Project Reconnect. So that's the primary increase in this budget.
Questions? Council in seat 3, Councilor Meyer.
Welcome, by the way.
Thank you.
First budget hearing, right?
Your microphone,
Yes.
please.
Oh, sorry.
Not yours, you're good.
Oh.
Welcome, by the way, first budget meeting, right?
That's right.
So I know we mentioned earlier Julianne Kelly's retirement, and I see it listed as a buyout. Is her position funded exclusively with local tax revenue, or, I know she works as a mass and motion coordinator. Does she receive revenue from sources other than city tax dollars?
Yeah, her position's actually funded by grants, but her retirement would not be.
Okay, so her position.
So her salary is paid for by the grants, but because she has a retirement buyout, that's not eligible under the grant.
Okay, and will that position continue to be funded by grants? Will there still be a coordinator of mass and motion?
We haven't received the funding for fiscal year 20 from the state. However, we are anticipating that that grant will be refunded.
Okay, so have you begun to advertise that position yet, or are you waiting for final approval?
We haven't at this point in time. Right now, Julie and I are reviewing the job description, and then we'll move forward posting the position once we receive that final word on the funding source.
Okay, well, she's been a very valuable resource, so I certainly hope you'll find someone that can match her quality and keep that momentum up. I have no further questions. I yield.
Thank you, Council in seat 5. Council Vice President LeBeau.
The opioid task force, that was originally, I believe that was the first 6 months was a grant, correct? And then it was moved to this department?
I believe you're correct, Counselor, although there was some confusion as to whether it was being paid out of the EMS budget at one point.
Yes. I know that I.
So this particular individual was missing completely from the budget last year because of the disconnect. She was actually paid for out of the indirects. She should have really been listed somewhere, and we decided this year that the most appropriate place for her would be the Health Department.
Because I worked with Ms. Fonts to get this position put in, and I believe it was a state grant for the first
I believe
6
so.
months.
And Ms. Fonts is still really responsible for this individual, even though she's under the Health Department.
So that leads me to my next question. I know that there was also talk of having this position go to full-time eventually. Was that discussed during budget?
It was not.
It was not. Okay. And as far as the other positions that aren't included in the budget, I know that several of them are grants. The senior aides, the city is paying these positions, correct?
Not, if you look on the org chart, it outlines kind of in color-coded who is paid by the city and then who is paid by grants. So there are a number of senior aides that are paid by the state formula grant,
Okay.
as well as CDA funded. So it is divided up amongst city-funded, CDA, and then state formula grant funded.
Okay, and we still have CFC paying for one as well?
Correct.
Oh, that's over at the Niagara Center, though, not at, we don't have any more at City Hall, do we? By CFC?
No, let's just, I'm just going to go to that page. Karen LaPrise on page 264. She's the individual who is working on the fourth floor.
Okay.
And she's temporary, part-time.
Okay, and that's paid for by CFC?
No, that's a city-funded.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. Because what I had been told, and I'm not sure if this is accurate, is that the aides that were being paid by CFC in City Hall are no longer here because of a parking issue, is that correct?
That I'm not familiar with. No, they're, the only individual that works in this building is Karen, and she works from 9 to 1.
But that's paid for through the city?
Correct.
Okay. What I had been told was that the having to pay for parking was an issue with some of the senior aides paid by other means because of how much it cost to park versus what they were making to work here. It was becoming a burden. With that, I yield.
Anything further? Anything further for this department? Very good, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next department is the library department, in page 268. 268.
Hello. There was 2 additional line items in the expense line that are new this year. One is programming. It's for other professional services, so the money's to be used for adult programming and children programs. Currently, our Friends of the Library group pay for those programs, and I've been adding a lot more programming to our monthly events, so I would like to have additional money to able to expand on that. And the other line item is the health. It's the health line. It's a substantial amount, but the reason for that is we've applied for a waiver from the state every year. It's Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners gives us a state aid, and it's about $140,000 or more a year that we get. But we've been getting a waiver for over 10 years now because we don't meet the municipal appropriation requirement, and this is one way to get us a step closer to meeting that. Even with this transfer, we're still about $86,000 short from the MAR. But the difference is, even though we've gotten a waiver for 10 years, starting this year, they're giving us 5 years to meet the MAR. If we don't meet it, then we get decertified. So it's really important that we increase our budget.
Questions? Councilor in C1, Councilor Licardine.
So we're not meeting the MAR requirement by the state. Are we meeting the material requirement that we have?
We do.
We
We
do.
meet the full requirement
Okay.
of materials.
All right. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? None, thank you very much. Sorry about waiting all night, but thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, so where we are at, we have completed financial services, we have completed facilities maintenance, we have completed community services. What is the consensus of the council for this evening? We have revenue that we could start to get into, or we could begin revenue tomorrow with public safety, EMS, and then we can make our decision on the budget. Councilman C1?
I think we should just go right through revenue, deal with the revenue piece, because, I mean, we still got a lot, and then we got a lot on our plate for tomorrow's agenda, so.
Second.
All right, we'll keep rolling. Revenue it is.
Can we take like a 5-minute break?
5-minute recess?
5-minute break it is. Yep, 5-minute break. We're in recess. Council Committee on Finance meeting will now be called back to order. If we can take our seats, we're going to go right
Mr.
into...
President, do you know where the vice president is? I'm sorry.
She's under the desk.
Oh, she's right here.
I didn't see her, I'm sorry. I had a question for her.
We are back in order. Madam Clerk, we don't need a roll call, do we? Nope. Okay. So let's go to revenue. That will be...
Straighten the books out, that's all.
Let's see.
Keep your mind in the gutter, out of the gutter.
I want to remind the council that we are back in session. Microphones are on, and we have an appropriation summary that we should go over, which begins on page 77. Madam City Administrator, Mrs. Sahadi.
Certainly, Council President. The revenue that's being projected or estimated in this budget is $297,491,414,000, of which $7,095,320 is from indirects. The remaining are a sum of the real estate and personal property, the local receipts, and the state aid.
Questions? Councilor in seat 1, Councilor Kadim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick question with new growth. So that was
yes.
originally estimated at 1.8, revised to the 2.2. Was that revision done, what was that, before the recap?
2.2, exactly. So 2.231787 was the actual new growth
So that
for
was-
fiscal.
So that was the actual
Exactly.
growth. That was-
And then for fiscal '20, the assessor's office is estimating 2.150. 2,150,000.
So of the.
I'm on page 55. Sorry.
Sorry, guys.
So not 77, 55?
That is correct, not 77.
Of that 2.1, are there any significant new growth that's coming in? Or is it just really just some additional development based on building permits?
It's just based on building permits and the work that RRC does on the personal property.
But nothing major, right?
Nothing major that I'm aware of. The state aid is the governor's budget, as you all know from yesterday's conversation.
Yeah, and then, so page 59. Well, I guess quickly, just a reference to 57, so just trying to figure out, and I went through it, I mean, we lost some significant revenue with the Page It Throw Bags program, the revenue there, so it was roughly, what, 2.3 million, I believe?
Exactly. So really just to sum the local receipts, what you're seeing on page 57 is the $2.3 million decrease as a result of the PAPE program going away. Coming into the city as new revenue in fiscal year 2020 would be $1.8 million from the cannabis impact fee as well as the excise. So called out in a particular line item is the $900,000 under other excise. And under the cannabis impact fee, there is another $900,000 for the recreational, and the difference is going to be a combination of the monies that are received on an annual basis for the fee, as well as a small amount that we are currently receiving for medical, which is also at the 3%.
Where's the recreational? I don't see that.
It is where it says cannabis impact fee, and also above that where it says other excise cannabis, you see 900,000. What happens with the way the program works is two things. DOR has restructured this so that it's called out this way. In addition, $900,000, the excise portion of it comes back to us, so it's paid by the retailer to the state and comes back to us in the same fashion that meals tax and room tax comes back. So that's the first 900,000. The other 3% is the money that the retailers are sending to us monthly as a result of the agreement within the city for the impact fee.
And that's the 150.
It's plus the 3%.
I thought it was 5.
Okay.
So you see 1,000,001?
No, yeah, I just went into the detail page.
Oh,
but
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'll get there. Just so motor vehicle excise.
Pretty much flat. I sat with Ian before he went down to the conference, and it looks like we will be collecting about 8.2 million this year. The February commitment, which is the largest commitment, was approximately $168,000 over the prior year commitments. So we should anticipate seeing a little bit of growth in that area in fiscal '20, but to be conservative, we left it flat.
And just my only concern, and we talked a little bit about this today on the on the phone. So when the budgeted piece of the 8.23, when I looked at the actuals for 18, based on the actuals that were coming in at the same time period for the March 31st, it looked like the 331.18 number was about 6.2 million. And it generated just the 8 million. So I was just concerned that it seems like the trend seems to be pretty consistent with what we're bringing in for actuals. So I wasn't sure if we were actually going to meet the $8.2 million number target for 19.
As of today, we have 8,162,939 and 57 cents.
That's perfect. Can you explain the excise for urban redevelopment, and then we've got it budgeted for $38,000. I'm not sure what that is, and then why haven't we collected anything?
It generally comes in at the end of June. That's been decreasing. To be honest with you, I'm not exactly sure what the source is. It's such a small amount in the budget. It was up initially somewhere around 50,000, but it's been decreasing. And I'm not honestly sure as to which department actually applies for it, or if it just
And that comes right in from the state.
arrives on our doorstep from the state, exactly. And again, such a small amount, I haven't really had the time to research where its origin is. The penalties and interest are decreasing because we're collecting a lot younger tax title than we were collecting in the past, so you see that decreasing going forward.
So I still have questions on the marijuana sales, but I'll get it to when we get the breakdown, the detail, to make it a little bit easier, at least for me.
Okay.
Then on page 60, when we start looking at the payment in lieu of taxes, so the Housing Authority has the 380. It doesn't look like we collected anything yet. The Academy Building, the 30,000, and then I know it was short money for the town of Dartmouth for I'm assuming for the lakes that were out, and they're part of the Commonwealth there for the $1,400, but we didn't budget anything for them either. Is that agreement done? And then why haven't we received any of the payments in lieu of taxes?
We've actually received, through today, $428,122.55 from the Housing Authority.
And how's that based? So
it's a formula. We get two amounts based on the amount of units that are rented for both the state program and the federal program, and the reimbursements are slightly different. Normally, what the Housing Authority does, or what they've done in the past year, is they've advanced us some money early on in the season and then shore it up after March 31, which is their fiscal year end. I believe this year they did not do that, although I'm not positive, but we have received $428,122.55 to date.
So do we just verify that, or is it?
We don't verify it, unfortunately. We take their form and their word for the units.
Okay.
And the Academy has paid year-to-date $30,682, and we have not received any money from Dartmouth. Although I believe that's also a very late cash receipt. As you can see from 18, we received $1,482.
Yeah. So in the 2020 budget, we're not expecting, again, it's short money, but I'm just.
It's immaterial, so I didn't necessarily, I'm trying to be as conservative as possible, knowing that each one of these line items, if you push them to the limit, you don't have any turnbacks at all.
Right.
Or surpluses.
And then we have for the, just the next column down, the pay-as-you-throw bag sales there, prior year solid waste, but then there's other revenue.
That's, and Mr. Perry's going for the evening, but I believe that's the sale of some of the scrap that is sold out of the DPW department.
The inspectional services, they had 150,000, but it looks like we're not budgeting anything there. Was that one time? I mean, it looked like 18, we had 179,000, kind of got reduced to the 150. Looks like we're only at about 60,000 for actuals.
Yeah, I believe that may have gotten moved, Counselor. That is an area that the inspectional services is working on at the moment. It has significantly decreased. It has to do with the vacant buildings, the fees for the vacant buildings.
Is it just, are we not sending them out? Are people not paying for them? Is it just not enough, less vacant buildings that we're seeing? What?
Up until very recently, Counselor, they just waited for the payments to come in. So we had, obviously, financial institutions and others that would just send in their checks. What we've started to do now is we've put them on the general billing and recurring invoicing. And the software is designed to, based on when they were first became vacant, to actually increase, because in ordinance, it does require that the fee increases depending upon the length of time that the building's been vacant. So and the other additional thing we did, you may recall, in ordinance, we changed the cycle, and we put them on a fiscal cycle. I guess previously it was a calendar,
Right.
and that got very confusing. So between the new software and the fact that we changed the billing cycles, we are just now preparing to send out a large batch of bills. They may go out even Friday. But again, because of the changes in the fiscal and because it wasn't being actually invoiced, but rather just being provided back, the numbers, we just weren't comfortable that the numbers were going to be guaranteed for an annual purpose. The other thing that happened too is we also last year at the end of the year went through a process of going out and actually inspecting to be sure that all of the buildings were in fact vacant, so that we could do those recurring invoices and be reasonably comfortable that they were in fact, that the sums were in fact owed.
Yep.
So there's been a combination of things, verification and that we haven't gotten today a good solid billing out to know exactly what it is we have. So again,
Okay.
Mrs. Sahadi estimated pretty conservatively on that.
All right, and then the traffic meters, is that, it's about a $300,000 increase there. Is that just due to the parking garages, or is this just, are we anticipating just more
As
fees coming in?
Mrs. Ferrer said earlier today, she's expecting more across the board in terms of tickets, not so much the coin, as she refers to it as.
Just violations?
So violations, and then we also have included in here 290,000, which, now we know is probably an underestimate as well with regard to the garages.
Okay, so there is garage revenue in there?
290 is in here.
290.
If you look on page 73, her detail is really spelled out.
Okay. And then so if we go back to the cannabis, so we've got, on page 61, you got the cannabis impact fee, the base, so that's
So the base,
a 3% impact fee for the 5 years?
the base is the 50,000 a year annual fee, and
is it
you had to have
3 years?
your agreement in place by December 31. So we have 3 locations
Yep.
that had their agreements as of December 31. Judge Macy has indicated he believes there'll be a 4th one before December 31, 2019, but again, being conservative, I only included the 3 that we were sure of. And of that 3, We have received $100,000 to date, and I spoke to the woman yesterday for the location on Globe Street, and she will be sending that $50,000. So this fiscal year, we will have collected $150,000.
Okay, so that's just the 3% on the base, and then you got the 3% on the recreational, which is 90,000. I'm sorry, but so you got the 3.
So we have the base, which is
Yeah.
50,000 each, and then we have the 3% on the recreational, and that we're receiving somewhere
so
around.
so the 50,000 on the base, is that percentage of sales, or is
No,
that
it's-
just
it's a flat
flat fee that
A
we've
flat $50,000 fee.
and
Annual.
that's what was in our host agreement?
Yes.
And we didn't do a percentage?
No.
On that?
No, we did a flat annual fee plus 3% on the sales. And we did the same for medical, so as you can see, we're collecting very little medical. Year-to-date, I don't know if I brought that with me, year-to-date, I believe the medical is somewhere around 6,000. And on the recreational, we are receiving somewhere around $88,000, $89,000 a month from the one location that is open.
So does that get you to, so what's the
Well-
900,000? Is that based on 3?
It's based on approximately,
But
it's a
three-
little bit, it's actually a little bit less than $88,000 times 12 months. Just slightly less.
So you're not,
Because
so I guess I was just going back to the fact that you got 3 host agreements that are signed with the,
I did not increase, so right now.
so you're only doing 88 for one.
For one, because
company
we
times
only
12.
have one that
That's okay.
has their license to open. Right, exactly. We have 2 others that have provisional licenses,
Mhm.
one of which I believe is having their inspection on July 12th. But again, to be conservative, I don't know what their sales are going to be. That is Hope Health, and they are submitting monthly medical payments to us, but it's very minimal.
So the money that we received at the 88, that's, how long's that company been open on Next Activity?
Middle of January.
And that's all we received was the 88?
No, we get
oh.
that per month. I just got
Oh,
a
I'm
check
sorry, you said
yesterday of
per month.
$89,000 from them. No, I think I have in here.
Is there a reconciliation from the state, or is that just another one that comes down? They do all the reconciliation on this?
It's another one, that comes down, and the interesting thing, like meals tax, we haven't received
Yep.
the next quarter.
Right.
So I'm anticipating that it should mirror
Mhm.
what I'm receiving from them. If I get more from the state, then I'm going to want to do an audit
Right.
to make sure that they're not shortchanging me. If the
Yeah.
state shortchanges us, then I'm going to want a reconciliation as to what the monthly reporting was.
So I know the state's
It's all
got-
unknown at this point.
So I know the state has a very sophisticated system that, and it's very complex, that they're required to utilize in terms of all their sales and their reporting that's got to go up to the state. So, I mean, I'm sure it's going to be as accurate as possible.
And they use that
but-
Mass Connect program
Right.
in order to do it, so you're right, it's all very much monitored.
The other question on page 62, so the fire department, they had, their revenue for 19 was 552,000. That's bumped up 148,000 to 700,000. So what fees are increasing?
That's the grant, and that's the number of runs and the cost that we incur in the fire department. That's the grant that Beth Fonts maintains and submits for us. We will see in the near future, I think she's actually already received it. It's better than $1.4 million this year that we split 50-50 with the fire department.
Okay. And then the page 63, I've got some other questions, but I think they're kind of minor. So page 63, just the Medicaid, So I know we've got a third-party vendor that handles all that in the school department. I mean, it obviously depends on how they submit their application requests and all that other good things. So they came up with an estimate
They came
for
up-
us with the 1.7.
1.7, yes, and
What do we-
as
what
you
do we-
can see, we haven't, we're still at the 665. The majority of it comes
Right.
in very late in June.
Okay, so they don't do
So-
the quarterly payments, right? It's all towards
Right,
the end.
right.
And we're still confident, based on their estimates, that the 1.7 is a good
That's
number?
all I have to rely on at the moment.
Okay. The closed-circuit TV adds the 210,000 on page 64. How is that? Is that contractual? How was that negotiated? How did that come about? And is that the TV monitors that we have for the advertising? Is that what it is?
It is.
Yes.
Are those guaranteed, or is it based on?
No, it's based on sales.
So how did we? I mean,
They
that's a big
had
number.
projected, based on capacity, how many ads that could conceivably be sold, and I know that we didn't max it out. I don't know how the exact amount was estimated, but the monitors are in, the ads are being sold, so this was the projection that was worked out with the vendor.
Okay, can you just get me how?
Some
I'm
details
just-
on it?
Yeah.
Sure.
And it can be offline, it doesn't need to be
Mhm.
online for tomorrow. Then the landfill recovery, the BFI, I know we had that $1 million, so we're still anticipating another additional 400,000 coming in?
Yeah, that project is continuing.
Okay. And then there is a line, and I just can't make it out, 150,000, is that sale of tax closure property? No, that's.
It's
other. What's the
really
other?
miscellaneous, non-recurring. Every year we have some amount in there. You can see that the prior year actual was 183. If you look back to the year before that, I believe it was slightly over 200. So we're always going to receive some miscellaneous, non-recurring during the course of the year, and we budgeted the 150 as being, again, somewhat conservative in terms of that category.
Okay, so I appreciate the explanation on the revenues. I will just say that I'm concerned about, and I understand the need to go to the limits on some of these numbers because, you lost some significant revenue in the $2.3 million and trying to kind of make that up. But my only concern is that we're not really taking a very conservative approach. So we're going really to the ceiling on this piece. And as you kind of alluded to a little while ago, it's, the turnbacks and getting additional revenue is what really generates our free cash that can kind of help us offset some of these stabilization accounts and other uses of money. So my concern is that we're not building in the budget enough capacity to be able to generate some additional turnbacks for the city to kind of generate the free cash. So, I mean, I don't know what your take is, but I would anticipate that, when we probably won't see a whole lot of free cash at the end of the fiscal year.
We won't.
Okay. Do we anticipate any additional revenue if we maintain on this course, then we kind of create some issues for us for planning and saving for the city. Do we anticipate any additional new revenues forthcoming? Or
At this particular point, aside from other subject matters that we've talked about, like the transfer station that won't really be in fiscal 20 or maybe not even in fiscal 21, I think the area in this particular budget is going to be the cannabis revenue and what those other 3 locations will actually be able to generate.
Right, and
how much of they're going to split with
and the
the one that's
sustainability of
open.
it between the competitive market and all that
Exactly.
other stuff. But didn't you had a graph, oh, here it is, page 33. And this is just for the councilors that want to look at what I'm talking about from a visual standpoint. Page 33, you've got the certification of the free cash going back to 2012. And you could see that we were probably averaging close to $3.5 million, and then you got that spike in 16, going close to 5.1 million, 17 to 4 million, then we got a significant drop off in 18 to 711,000. and we'll probably see something like that, or even maybe less, or somewhere in that number, but.
I would say somewhere in that number,
So
the
my-
city auditor and I have been tracking
Right.
that. We'll be under $1 million, I would assume.
So my point to the councils is this is what we really use to kind of build up all these stabilization accounts and make sure that from a rainy day standpoint, that we've got some balances and some necessary accounts. And I will say that when you start looking at your bond rating, I mean, that's one of the things that they'll constantly look at. And I know they see the stabilization account, but I mean, if it's leveled, and God forbid we've got to tap into that for whatever purposes, I don't see that we're going to be able to regenerate some of this additional money. So I would just obviously cautious the use of one-time monies
And we try not to,
throughout the
right.
the year, and try to kind of focus on trying to save. And again, from and I know you folks do this just from an expense standpoint, make sure that we just have an administrative challenge to all our department heads that even though it's budgeted, try not to spend every single penny of it or encumber of it into the next fiscal year. And I know you're on top of that, because obviously some turnbacks there will also create some additional free cash, but that's just a concern that I have moving forward. So with that, I yield.
Thank you, Councilor. In seat 5, Council Vice President LeBeau.
Thank you. Some of my questions have been answered. On page 63, under... No, that's not it. Hold on. Not 63. So here it is, 62. Under fire department, could you just explain what that is? And if it was asked, I apologize if I missed it.
No, that's okay. That's the grant that is in conjunction with EMS that is split 50/50 based on the runs and the cost of the two departments to run,
Okay.
to operate.
Okay. And he had already asked about the traffic and billboards. And then I just had one question. On page 71, what falls under sanitary licenses?
Good question. I would have to ask the director tomorrow.
Okay. Well, what I was looking for, I had looked under, some of them are pretty broken out, but what I was looking for was the tattoo licensing from the tattoo shops. Could that be under there?
It's possible.
I don't see it anywhere else, so I'm wondering if that's where it is.
It could be.
Could you find out what?
Sure.
With what the breakdown is under that category?
Sure. Again, it's, I mean, I don't mean to make light of it, but it's $30,000.
I know.
So
I was just, someone had asked me where that was.
I will be glad. I'll be glad to look for you.
Thank you. And my other questions were answered. Thank you. I yield.
Councilor in seat 3, Councilor Kamara.
In looking at the revenues, clearly, the big change that's going to be happening this year is the revenue from cannabis. And I just wanted to take a look at just percentages only for the sake of understanding it correctly. On page 57, the original fiscal year 19 budget on cannabis at 100,000, then up to projected fiscal year 20, 900,000. How does that translate to 100%? Isn't that 900%? If you go from 100,000 to 900,000, isn't that a 900% increase? I always think of a 100% increase would be to go from 100 to 200.
That's a good point. It's actually from 0, because the revised budget is 0 to 900, but that would be the 100%.
So from 0 to 900,000 is 100%? I think 100% becomes irrelevant, right? If it's from 0 to 900,000 is more than 100%.
No, it's
Well,
whatever's,
Right.
the increase is whatever it is.
Yeah. I guess so. Because where's the other revenue numbers? They went to 2,100%. Help me find that.
That's in the same area. It's the cannabis impact fee.
I've just lost the page. What page?
Same
Oh, yeah.
thing, 57.
57. So that went from 50,000 to 1,050, right? I mean,
Agreed.
1,050,000. So that is correct, right, 2,100%. So, anyway, the point is that the cash cow of this budget is cannabis.
That's correct.
And I just want to caution us.
In terms of local receipts.
What?
In terms of local
In
receipts.
terms of local receipts. And as we progress toward making a decision about this, we need to be reminded that this is what the people voted for, that we legalize marijuana. And I know the council is reviewing and considering putting some kind of a cap, a false cap, on the distribution of licenses. I think unless there's a problem, let's not find a solution for a problem that doesn't exist. Let's let the market decide what the people want, and let's enjoy, as those fiscally responsible for the city's budget, let's enjoy the flow of cash into our coffers so we can provide some relief to the beleaguered taxpayer and rent payer. So I alone, and I don't mind being alone on a whole lot of things, but I alone voted no on even referring that matter to Ordinance Committee. And I'm not a member of Ordinance Committee, so I'm using this opportunity to say to the Ordinance Committee, I encourage you to send back an opportunity for us to increase our budget through revenue that's available to us through the legal choice that the people of Fall River have made and the people of Massachusetts have made. So that's my only comment on revenue is that we let that revenue continue to flow to the extent that it is flowing, and let that revenue continue to grow, and let the market decide what is appropriate in terms of numbers of cannabis distribution centers, whether they be medical centers or recreational centers. They're not problematic in the neighborhoods. I've not heard of any problems with any of these facilities that are already opened. So let's proceed to allow this revenue to flow into our coffers so that we can provide the services the city is desperately in need of. And to put aside our own little preferences or our own little biases as it relates to this. This is totally about budget, about raising revenue necessary to offset the lack of revenue that might be from other sources. So this is the major cash flow for this budget. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor in seat 6, Councilor Long.
I just got a couple of things.
Microphone, please, sir.
Couple of things. Cannabis is unbelievable. It's just saving grace, I guess, in this budget. I just had a couple of questions. The other cash cow in here, which I'm not sure, inspectional services at $1,040,000.
So that's primarily all your permits, building permits,
Wow.
wire permits, plumbing permits.
That's up $100,000 over the prior year. That's what it says. 10% increase. That's good. So that would reflect in growth of next year, I would think, right?
A lot of new
Right.
construction.
Sure.
That's correct, that's correct.
And then the only other, supplemental real estate, what is that?
Those are the bills that go out after the fact because they weren't assessed in the normal course of business. So they're either properties that are transferred or new properties that have come online.
Right. And then the only other thing I look in here is that we got the mayor's department, cable TV fees, $15,000, and other revenue from CDA, $15,000. What is that?
The cable fees are part of the contract with the cable companies. I'm not really familiar with those contracts, but I know they exist. They don't bring in a lot of money, but that's what they are. And the $15,000 would be the monies from CDA to cover the increased salary for Monica doing the work for the storefront.
We look at the
program.
contract that we put in place with the cannabis and the amount of money we get from there, and then we look at cable TV, which I feel like we've been getting killed, and we end up with $15,000 at the end of the year. That's ridiculous. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Cable TV is outrageous.
Council, we're in the, preparing to renegotiate that contract. As you know, we don't have any authority over rates.
Yep.
So I don't know what
I'd
that will
love to see
ultimately.
what that contract says, and what are we getting, like a half a percent?
I forget the percentage amount, but I know that it's both BCC and, Fred TV are receiving funds to operate, that's coming out of the cable contract.
All right, that's all I have. I yield.
Thank you.
Just a point of information to my colleague. I think what you got to just be cautious about on the cable monies coming in, all that money that we get is a pass-through to the user. So if we don't see a percentage of the revenues coming in, it's a direct, whatever monies we get come in, it's a direct pass-through and gets charged off to the users in Fall River. So just want to caution that when negotiations, so.
Thank you, Council. Council C3? Councilor Kamara?
I did attend a few of those cable hearings. Mrs. Viveras, I think, did as well. And Fall River was at the very low end of the percentage that it was getting. So hopefully, and I think it was, I think the consultant that advised us was basically say why I don't know if she said it, but she implied that why did the city of Fall River negotiate such a small percentage from the cable company? Because it doesn't affect the rates. And
Well,
I'm a little
it is. It's
confused.
coming from the subscribers. Yeah, it comes from them. So we could increase it, but then that would just get passed along to the subscribers,
Okay, well,
so.
I don't recall what it was, but, we were definitely getting less than what we could have gotten.
Well, I think, and don't hold me to, I think the max might have been 3%, and we're at about 1.5%, and again, don't hold me to the exact amounts. But again, we looked at it as simply an opportunity to fund public television and to be able to provide those services to the community. But beyond that, as I said, it would just get passed on to the ratepayers.
We don't have much bargaining power.
We really don't, Counselor. No, very little. I mean, they're trying to negotiate with them for some infrastructure improvements, to increase the quality of the service that's provided. Right now, cable, if you watch it, is not the best quality. So they're looking to upgrade the quality for the public access channels. But again, there really isn't a whole lot that we can do. But we actually have a meeting scheduled, or being scheduled with them within the next 2 weeks. We did ask them to send a draft agreement in advance so we could speak specifically to the provisions within the contract. We did get the contract from Brockton and I think one other community, just by way of comparison to see what the others are doing, so we'll use that.
I yield.
Thank you. Anything further on revenue? Councilor in seat 7, Councilor Pelletier.
Thank you. I keep getting slapped around, but it's okay. I said with 8 places is sufficient. You got the place up the Tiverton line, Fall River, and according to Mary Sahadi, $88,000 per month, 89. That's good. That's good. But if you get more places, they're not going to do that kind of volume. And, people feel that 8 is enough. And, you all got an opportunity to vote, Mr. Kamara. You can vote any way you want.
Which one?
Steve. You know, so it's like, save it
Councilor
for the
Seat.
ordinance and vote the way you want to vote. Just don't keep kicking me around about the cannabis and everything else you do. Other than that, purchasing. I don't see any revenues coming in for that.
I don't
Well,
know
we
that
usually
there
have
would be.
sales, extra equipment and all that stuff. Simple.
Oh, auctions. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, I was saying, okay.
I guess
I
she
don't
didn't
know
have
that
any.
we've done anything this year,
Yeah,
Counselor.
no, and none
Why?
last year either.
Well, again, you have to have the items to be able to auction, and I know we had one the prior year, so maybe we've cleaned out. Again,
No. You know,
you can only sell what you have to sell.
let me tell you something. Down the incinerator 2 weeks ago, and I go down there, and the guy says, wow, all the nice office equipment, all thrown away. Somebody could have used that. Well, what's the problem? Why did it go to the dump? I mean, why didn't they take this, plus all the equipment that the police department, the fire department, school department got in access, and auction it off?
Well, the process, Counselor, is the department has to seek a decision from this council to declare it as surplus or excess property that would be available for disposal. And unless the departments come forward to us and suggest that they have no need or no interest,
She should
again,
be the one that's calling up to find out what they got, if they got something to get rid of.
and she
That's
may
it.
have, Counselor, in fairness, I don't know the answer to that, so
Well,
I can
I'm
check
just
with
telling
you.
I
I
find
can-
it strange
I can check.
that it never happened. And maybe it's a little bit of money, but it's money, and it's just not right. She said
Certainly.
the stuff was good. Just to let you know. I yield.
Anything further on revenue?
I just got one.
Council in seat 6.
One quick question. When I was looking at the stabilization fund between 2018 to 2019, we saw just about $1 million drop in the stabilization. This is on page 34. 900,000, but still. And we were having a real good trend going up. And then just to reiterate what Councilor C1 said, it's like, we need to, in forecasting going forward, we gotta be very, very careful. Why would that have come down by $1 million, do you know? Okay.
I would have to get the detail for you, so I don't misspeak, but there were a couple of votes of this council. I believe one of them was the $300,000 for the Vietnam Wall, and I think one of them was contract negotiations that was settled after the fact. Let me get it for you for tomorrow, how's that?
Appreciate it. So you.
Thank you. Anything further? All right, so we'll entertain a motion to adjourn. I just want to remind everybody that tomorrow we will start off with public safety, EMS, sewer, and water, and then that will be all set. Motion has been made to adjourn, has been made by Councilor Kilby, seconded by Councilor Kadim. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Good night.